As threats rise and loyalties fracture, Bella stands at the center of a world that now bends around her will. No longer a pawn, no longer a weapon to be wielded, she must decide what kind of ruler she will be: merciful, ruthless, or something entirely new. This is not a love story. This is the story of a woman who became inevitable. I let out a deep sigh as my eyes took in the familiar green forestry landscape once more. I breathed in the deep and rich forestry smells as I launched myself up onto a mountain face, my fingers digging deep into the proud stone face as I pushed forward with as much speed as I could muster, the others following slightly behind. I could feel my eyes harden with each step I took, knowing that soon, very soon, the battle to end all battles was going to occur before me. There had never been more at stake than there was currently. Failure simply was not an option, for if we failed, it would be the end of the world. The moment that my phone call with Jake had ended, I, along with Anita, Gunnar, Chelsea and the Cullens who came to my aid, had broken off into a dead sprint, knowing that every second of every minute was crucial if we were going to get an upper hand to the situation. We had a handful of hours to prepare and strategize, not knowing all that we were up against. Nero had made mention of how many newborns were part of his army, which would have been room of concern as is. However, also knowing that there were more beings than just newborns in the army raised more questions. If those beings were truly Sam, Brady, Cullen and Paul, we had a lot to worry about, but I couldn't understand why they would have joined in this vampire army. It wouldn't have made sense. We were their natural enemy. While it was true that Jake and the others had forged a treaty with the Volturi, it was only because of my connection with Jake that made it a possibility. That alliance itself was an extreme anomaly, and I knew that it was that very association which caused Jake to fight Sam for the place for Alpha. If Sam had sought an alliance of his own with a competing coven of vampires, there must be some sort hidden ulterior motive that founded his reasoning. The only question is what that could be. As I reached the top of the mountain, I began running once more, easily dodging between tall and strong evergreen trees left and right, my eyes focused dead set in front of me. I couldn't help but savor the scent of the area, breathing it in as if I never would be able to do so again, causing an unpleasant ache to settle in the depths of my chest, knowing that this was a very strong possibility due to how much danger had presented itself during the recent change of events. I found it terribly and utterly ironic how my journey into the world of vampires started in Forks, and the battle to remain part of that world as I knew it would be taking place in the very same town. I wish I knew what it was about Forks that drew in so many supernatural beings. There must have been a reason why Forks was selected as the desired ground for this rogue army to establish their new coven. The answer to that I was sure laid completely with the leader of this army, and I would not know the reasons as to why this all was occurring until she and I spoke. I felt a deep rumble vibrate up my throat as I thought about my verbal exchange with Nero in reference as to who the leader of the newborns was. He had made mention that the leader was female and quite charismatic. The leader also clearly had some sort of experience with training newborns and an army as a whole. I had not been able to connect the pieces of who this vampire was at the time, but during the absolute silent journey from Bear Island back to Forks, I had been able to come up with a rather solid guess. I just hoped that I was wrong. The only logical explanation would be Maria. She was the only vampire alive to date that had successfully commanded an army of newborns, and been able to not only defend her own territory in Mexico but expanded her scope. It was well known that these wars still raged on, although the vampires had become very good at keeping it from the attention of the humans, which otherwise would have forced the hand of the Volturi. However, if this was true, what had caused her to leave Mexico and decide to follow this course of action? And if it was indeed Maria, I knew that the army was indeed trained to perfection and would easily be on par with any of the Cullens or the Volturi members, even with all the training that they had successfully undergone. My lips automatically lifted into a snarl as I thought back to what Jasper and I had discussed that night on the roof of my old house as he told me about his experience with Maria. She had stolen his humanity and stopped him from making the impact and change on the world that he had desired to do, causing his fire to be extinguished without his knowledge. By turning him, Maria had manipulated him and taken away his concept of free will, effectively turning him into a slave himself, a slave to her distasteful and horrific desires. The very thought that she would be within just a few feet from him at any given moment made me see red. He had left her after being informed by Peter about a new way that he could carry out his existence by switching to an alternative diet, something that came as quite the shock to his system. He had not realized that there was an alternative from feeding on humans. He had admitted that he had initially thought about a way to end Maria before she ended him, but had decided to take the higher ground and had left without a word, letting her live. Perhaps he was the better person between him and I. I had not been able to let Nero live the way that he had allowed Maria to. It was not that I worried that he secretly pined over her. No, my fears were much more logical than that. I knew that if he was forced to see her again, if it was indeed her that was leading the army, the situation would present a unique challenge and would force him to fight against the ghost of his past, something that I knew would kill him on the inside. He had left, desperate to create a new life for himself, a fresh start. It would be hard to gauge how he would react once he stood face to face with his demented sire once more. The concern that it would cause regression in his personal journey of healing and cause him to experience the pain that was associated simply due to her very existence was something that I desired to protect him from, even knowing that it was impossible. I had already tried to protect him from this mission and it had almost led to my greatest downfall. I knew that we could never be separated like that again, not if we desired victory. My thoughts came to a still as the harsh smell of wet dog met my nose and my eyes took in the outlying huts that we all had resided in what felt like just a few days ago and came to an abrupt stop, skidding to a stop as I dug my feet into the ground. I felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over my head and I swore every muscle in my body began to shake like a leaf. The others followed my suit and I felt the weight of their confused glances, not understanding why I had frozen in spot. I was not able to force my lips to move, unable to find the words that I needed to say to justify my sudden demeanor shift. How could I explain what I did not understand myself? Naturally, Alice walked over first, gently placing a comforting hand on my upper bicep as her concerned eyes flashed up to mine, an action that I only saw out of my peripheral as my eyes were still looking straight ahead, completely fixated on the hut that he and I had shared, the very one that he was currently residing in. "Bella, what is it?" she asked, her tone laced heavily with concern, but I was not able to answer her. Through the thick and heavy scent of the shifters, I clearly made out the scent of the one person I was needing to see the most, but now that I knew that the moment was upon us, I couldn't help but freeze. I couldn't feel any of my senses, just the simple cold grasp around my dead heart of fear of the unknown, not knowing how our interaction would go. The entire world around me seemed to fade away as tunnel vision took over. I desperately searched inside for a piece of strength needed to force my body to move forward. I knew that meeting with him after my action of betrayal was going to be difficult to stomach, but I had not realized that it would be this difficult. The distance, as minor as it was currently, still was simply unbearable, and it felt as if hundreds of miles separated me from my soulmate, even if he was merely a few feet away. I knew that this was all because of me, and yet, even selfishly so, I willed him to be the one to help close the distance between him and I once more. I breathed in deep and quick breaths, completely overloading my senses in his unique scent of cardamom and bergamot as it got stronger with each second. I felt my eyes blink quickly as my mate exited the hut and walked out, his eyes slowly lifting from the forest ground to peer into my own. I knew that I had to stop running from this bond. My time spent away from my sole reason for existing had forced me to realize that I was nothing without him. There was a lot that I did not need after becoming a vampire. I did not need to breathe, to eat food per se, to drink water. I could get by without seemingly anything. But the one thing that I needed desperately was him, and the sense of hope that he gave me. That very sense of hope was the one force that compelled me to start again, providing the courage to continue on, no matter how the storm raged on around me. His love was the one thing that rescued me even when I didn't know I needed to be saved. His strong embrace made me feel warm even when the bitter winds of unmerciful fate raged around me. It was amazing how much he meant to me when in fact, he did not have to do anything to provide this sense of grounding, this sense of peace. It came naturally by just being the being that he was. And I was already in far too deep to ever think about turning back and going back to how I had lived without him. He had since removed his facial hair that had been put on back during the brief mission with Dante, but he still looked as handsome as ever. I could feel his stare burning deep into my soul, or what was left of it. So many things I wanted to say, needed to convey. I felt my fingertips of my left hand tremble slightly with anxiety as I took in his tense state. Chelsea had said that our mate bond was still intact, but I knew that he was less than happy with the way that the scenario had unfolded. Even if the mate bond did indeed still exist, he likely was still upset and possibly quite angry with me. And if that was the case, he would be completely justified in those feelings. I had done something terrible in betraying his trust when I had sedated him, and then my acts after only made it that much worse. I had almost died, which would have forced him to live out an existence without his mate, something that I am sure he knew all about. I breathed out a shaky breath and steeled whatever was left of my nerves that were not currently shot to hell. There was only one way that I would know the truth of his emotions, and that would mean that I would need to touch him. But what if he rejected the advance? What on earth would I do? I knew I deserved nothing less, but I hoped that somehow, someway, he could at least see the reasons why I had done what I had. I had done so out of a fear of his safety, not knowing how else to deal with the connection and bond that had been created after making love. Still, I felt as if by doing all that I had done, I had created something new to bloom between him and I. There was something lingering in the air that seemed to still between him and I that I just couldn't explain. It was a force stronger than I had ever known, one that I was powerless to even try and contain. Somehow, I knew that in this very moment, I was right where I belonged, where I needed to be. It's going to be all right, I promise. Go on. Alice finally breathed as she moved her hand to my lower back and applied gentle pressure, urging me to take a step forward. Taking in one last breath, I began to move forward, my feet barely responding to my will. I sucked my bottom lip in between my teeth as I came to a still, a few feet away from him, where he had remained motionless, unblinking even. I swallowed harshly before I extended my left hand out, palm facing upwards. Jazz, I breathed out and watched as a flicker of light danced across his crimson orbs. I blinked and suddenly he was standing in front of me, his hands gripping at my waist with such force that it caused me to gasp in surprise. Before I could even begin the task of trying to gauge and understand his hurricane of emotions, he brought his lips down to my own harshly, apparently frantic to breathe and taste as much of me as he possibly could. My eyes fluttered shut as I returned the gesture in favor. I had wanted to try and keep our interactions in front of the family as chaste as possible, but I was beyond powerless to stop this. I only could reach up and cup his face with my hands as he held me tighter to the point where I was sure that I was going to merge into his entire being. I felt his emotions crashing into my own and was positive that at this point, our consciousnesses were merging together as one as well. Never do anything like that again, he panted out in between kisses, and I only could nod, unable to form any words in between his frantic expressions of passion. Eventually, he seemed to have reached his fill and sucked hard on my lower lip, ending the kiss but still kept close as he rested his forehead against my own, our unneeded breaths coming out in pants and mixing as one in the air that hung between our lips. I am so sorry, I finally breathed out, my fingers subconsciously gripping at the fabric of his dark gray sweater tightly. You have no idea how I felt the moment I came to and found myself waking up to the eyes of Chelsea and Alice, only to discover that you had fled the castle and had gone after information about Nero on your own. So many thoughts clashed together in my head, I swear that I was going to go positively insane. The tugging sensation in my chest pulling me to get closer to you was unbearable. I am certain that it is as close as to a heart attack that a being can have when their hearts don't actually function. He sighed out as he leaned down and ran his nose throughout my hair. It was never my intention for things to have unraveled the way that they had. I simply needed information to better understand the whole situation. At Volterra, I only had half of the information and I needed to see the other part to see the whole picture to better formulate a plan. I didn't want any of you getting involved. I thought it was too dangerous and I just couldn't stand to risk any of your well-being because of me. However, I learned that I was being foolish. I never should have gone off alone. I realized that I need you, all of you, just like a human heart needs a beat. I tried to explain, realizing just how selfish and Edward-like I sounded. I suppose that I should be upset with you, especially after the absolute hell you put me through, but I am far too relieved to know that you are simply alive and in my arms once more to be able to summon up those feelings. He whispered as he shook in my hold, and I realized that if he could be crying, he would be. The phantom beats of my heart had long disappeared after being changed and not been an occurrence in nearly half a century, but I was sure that my heart gave a painful thud at his words and the way sheer relief flooded throughout his being and into me. After what felt like a lifetime, we both eventually found the strength to pull apart. As much as I wanted to relish in our closeness once more, I knew that there were more pressing matters at hand. We had a battle to strategize and I had to have a discussion with Jake away from the rest of the family. If it was true that Sam and the others were going to be fighting against us all, I needed to give him warning, and that required that a certain amount of privacy was provided in order for him to take to the news well. I didn't want to overwhelm him, lest it cause him to phase and be beyond the ability to reason. Given all that has happened, it doesn't make much sense to toy with the notions about what could have happened. It is what it is. And there are some positives that came from your journey to Nero, isn't there? He finally asked, and I nodded. If I had not done what I had, a whole series of other events could have easily taken place. If I had done another course of action, I may not have found Emmett and Rosalie and saved them from the influence and curse of Nero's ability of mind control. He would have eventually disposed of them, resulting in what we all believed to be true to become an actual reality. I also likely would never have been granted access to the temple, and even though the experience had proven to be incredibly taxing on my mind and entire soul, it had made me face the realities and hidden fears that I had internalized. Only by realizing that those barriers still existed was I able to finally allow my walls to fall away, allowing the love that was just waiting to come rushing in. I suppose you are correct, I affirmed before looking over at Alice, Edward and Esme, who were looking on with curiosity. Did you tell them the reason why your mental shield had been lowered to such an extreme? He asked, and I shook my head. No, admittingly enough, I couldn't come up with a way to break the news to them all. Nothing that I came up seemed grand enough, I guess. I shrugged. What's going on? Edward asked, and I grinned. I discovered something when I was with Nero, something that I haven't shared and likely nothing that Alice would have been able to have seen. I confessed after a few moments. Which was? Esme pressed with furrowed eyebrows, and I stole a glance at Jasper, who only moved a hand to my lower waist and squeezed gently. There were 2 vampires with him who were under his control. He had used them to gain knowledge about me as a human, so that he could plan his movements out to call to me and force me to react the way that I had. He had studied me to a perfection for years before launching his plan, because he desired a moment with me to try and sway my stance and alliance with the Volturi. He wanted me to join forces with him, and knew that the only way he could even fathom reaching me was by first planting a seed of doubt in my mind. That is why everything played out the way that it had, leading up to that very moment that I stood before him. I explained, and Chelsea nodded her head. Of course, who wouldn't want you on their side? You are an incredible force to be reckoned with, and your alliance with the Volturi has always run so deep. He wouldn't have stood a chance at trying to influence you unless he somehow cracked your resolve, which is why he did all that he did. She finally sighed, and I nodded, my eyes moving to meet her own. Chelsea, I understand now. He was using you without your knowledge. The reason why you were not able to comprehend your actions back in Denali was because they were not your own. He was still nearby and got into your head to influence your actions, knowing that it would place a wedge in between you and I, and what better way was there to cause discord than to damage the bond between you and I? I inquired, and watched the way her eyes widened before they darkened out of anger. That bastard! How dare he even think about using me as a way to hurt you? She exclaimed, and I stole a glance at Jasper, who nodded before releasing his hold so I could walk back to Chelsea, who responded by throwing her arms around my neck, causing my arms to encircle her waist. I knew that we wouldn't be able to continue with what I needed to say until this issue was addressed. It's all right, I breathed into her hairline as my eyes closed involuntarily as she only held me closer. No, it's not. You have no idea how much I raged war with myself trying to figure out how I had been capable of betraying you to such an extent. I hurt you in ways that I couldn't even begin to comprehend. I am so sorry that he was able to use me in that type of way. She spoke into my neck, causing me to move a hand from her waist to rub gentle and small circles against her lower back. There is nothing to forgive, Chelsea. You did nothing worth apologizing for. The person responsible has been taken care of. I soothed until she finally pulled herself together, and I pulled away slightly, reaching up to tuck a loose strand of her light brown hair behind her ear. Jasper was right. Things had to work out the exact way that they had in order for us to be standing here with these new developments, resulting in something that is incredibly significant. I smiled before looking back at the Cullens. What happened to those 2 vampires? There was no one with you and Nero when we arrived. Did you dispose of them? Alice asked with a tilt of her head, and I smiled as I shook my head. I learned that I could break them free from Nero's hold, but that meant I had to gift them more of my mental shield than I ever had before. I could shield you all easily because he had not already successfully infiltrated into your mind. However, getting someone out of his hold after it took effect was a completely different story. But it was something that I had to do because if I wouldn't have, he would have disposed of them since they had served their purpose by getting me to meet with him. I freed them and ordered them to return to Volterra. I believe that they were intercepted before they could reach their end goal and have since returned here. I said as I smelt the air deeply and noticed their scents nearby. The others likely could not pick up on the scent because the scent of the shifters still offended them greatly, something that I had grown to at least be able to tolerate over the years. Can we meet them? They likely are feeling a tad out of sorts and I would like to see if I can help. Esme asked, and I smiled before looking at Jasper, who nodded and walked over to the hut he had been in and went inside. Of course, Esme was the one who wanted to try and help a couple of lost vampires. Such was the blessing of her gift of enhanced ability to love. I stepped to the side as the door opened, and Emmett and Rosalie both emerged, hands linked together, looking slightly overwhelmed as their eyes moved in sync to look at Esme, Alice and Edward, who only gaped with wide eyes. Suddenly, Alice let out a happy cry and ran forward and launched herself forward into the arms of Rosalie, who easily caught her and held her close as Edward walked over and took Emmett's hand into his own and shook it, his eyes misty with unshed tears. Esme took the longest to respond and did not react until both Alice and Edward had stepped back, causing Rosalie and Emmett to rush forward and embrace her. The 3 of them sank to the ground, Esme saying their names over and over again like a prayer. "Oh, my darlings," she breathed out as she only held them closer, her eyes clearly not able to believe what they were seeing. You saved them?" she finally asked as she looked over at me, and I nodded. The day that Alice went out on her own to hunt, Nero had sent newborns to collect her to bring her back. He knew that Alice and I shared an extremely close bond and wanted access to her knowledge on me. However, Rosalie and Emmett interfered with that. When Alice had been able to get away, the newborns had to settle with capturing Emmett and Rosalie and brought them before Nero, who immediately put them under his control. This is why they were not able to return to you all or make contact. It is also why Alice was likely never able to receive a vision of them. Their actions were not their own, so she would have never been able to see a decision made. I supplied, watching as Alice looked over at me. You sacrificed your mental shield for them when they weren't yours to save, she stated, and I shrugged. My directives from Arrow were pretty clear. I was to protect you all, no matter the cost. While it was true that we did not know of Rosalie and Emmett's existence at the time, I knew that I had to extend those orders to them as well. I explained and watched the way the sheer gratitude shimmered off of their eyes, and knew that I had indeed made the right decision. It had of course come with a significant cost, but had been so worth it. How did you have time to expand your shield? Gunnar asked, and I knew it was a good question. Nero and I began to fight once I declined his offer to join his ranks. I had the upper hand and I was confident that I was going to be able to end the battle and dispose of him with moderate ease. But then he ordered Emmett and Rosalie to fight me, and I knew that I couldn't bring myself to do it, and I wouldn't have been able to get to Nero while they were still under his control. So, before they had a chance to actually engage with me, I not only expanded my shield to them but actually filled them with it to the point where I had all but lost it myself. After they came to reason, I told them as much as I could with limited time, and thankfully, Rosalie was able to see reason and got Emmett to leave with her to return to you all. Once they were out of danger, I could focus on the threat at hand but did not have a chance to rebuild my shield before he invaded my mind. I explained further and watched the way that Rosalie looked down at the ground almost in shame. I spent far too long fighting her on her orders though. If I had been less defensive and on edge about the whole situation, she may have had time to focus on rebuilding the shield. She was preoccupied with holding Nero down, who had chosen to try and come at Emmett and I. If she had been free from doing that, she could have focused on getting her shield rebuilt. I am sorry for that, Bella, she said in a tone that was quite unlike her. catching me off guard for a moment or two before I shrugged my shoulders nonchalantly. You had no reason to believe me. I know just how disorienting it is once you are free from his mind control, and you were under it a whole lot longer than I was. You didn't know about your family's alliance with the Volturi. In your mind, I was a threat, and I know you needed some sort of reassurance. Ultimately, no permanent damage took place, so you don't need to apologize. I would have been surprised if you had acted any differently than you had. I stated, and she nodded her head before Emmett grinned. The only thing I regret honestly is that I wasn't able to see how Bella Bear fights. I mean, come on. She's the captain of the guard with the Volturi. How badass is that? He chuckled and I rolled my eyes. Some things would never change. Emmett, language. Esme chided and I rolled my eyes before turning my head in the direction of Jake, who had strolled up with Seth by his side. I grinned as I watched the way Seth's eyes locked onto Alice, who offered him a tentative smile and a small wave before looking at the ground almost bashfully. This was a new side to Alice that I had not seen before, but I could understand her reaction. She likely felt some sort of pull to Seth, but without her visions to guide her, she had no idea what any of it meant. I am sorry to interrupt this homecoming, but I need to talk to Bella alone, Jake said as he crossed his arms against his chest, and I nodded. I think it would be good for you all to spend some time together. It has been long since you all have been together, and I think it would be beneficial to you all. I won't be far, I promise. I spoke as I looked at Jasper, who eventually nodded, and I watched as he led the Cullens along with Gunnar, Anita and Chelsea to his cabin, where I knew that Carlisle was waiting patiently for his mate. Alice, I would like to talk with you as well. Can we take a quick walk? Seth asked, stopping her movements as she looked over at him with curiosity. Go on, dear, we will be at the cabin. Esme smiled and she nodded before quite literally skipping over to Seth, who looked at me briefly, causing me to nod before the two of them took off in the opposite direction of Jake and I. I had no idea how Jake was going to react once I told him of my hypothesis, but knew he needed to know. I could only hope that he would be receptive, for once. So, a horde of newborns are coming to Forks, he stated bluntly as we walked throughout the woods, far enough from the village that no one would be able to hear our conversation, but not far enough that I could not still reach them all with my shield. That is correct. According to my intel, there will be around 30 or so, depending if they can manage to make it here without killing one another, and if they decide not to split, some coming here and some to Volterra. I nodded and watched the way he huffed in annoyance. We will need to find a way to intercept them before they get too close to the town, he replied, and I nodded. I was thinking we could lure them to us at the old baseball field that the Cullens used in the past. It is a relative open field and will provide good coverage if need be. It's far enough from the town that no one should be able to take notice of anything, I said as I shoved my hands deep into the front pockets of my pants. What has you so on edge? I understand that the numbers are a tad daunting, but there is something else that has gotten your panties in a twist, he asked, and I looked up at the sky, thinking of the best way to broach this subject. Nero told me that there were other beings that were part of the army, ones that had been strategically planted to put holes into Alice's visions, which would prevent her from seeing any decisions made. I began and watched the way that Jake came to a still before he looked at me with hard eyes. And, just to confirm, Alice cannot see visions of beings besides humans and vampires because she was never anything but, so she can't see visions when she is around, let's say, one of my kind, he said slowly, and I nodded as we came to a still. That is correct, Jake. She wouldn't be able to see any visions if a shifter or even a true werewolf like the Children of the Moon were involved, I said slowly, and watched the way his hands automatically clenched into fists to the point that he shook. Bella, are you saying what I think you are? He asked with a raised eyebrow, and I shrugged. It's hard to know for sure, but everything to date has connected us back to Forks. Logically speaking, I would say that there is a possibility that some of your old pack members may be part of the army. I do not know of any other shifters except for the ones of Quileute origin, I answered, and he looked away sharply before sending his fist into a tree with such force that it creaked and eventually fell with a large thud. Of course, how could I have not seen this sooner? He growled out, and I cocked my head to the side at his reaction. You're going to have to give me more to work with than that, I said eventually as I watched his trembling muscles still once more. As you know, Sam did not want to create an alliance with you. In fact, He saw you as a huge threat and wanted to attack the moment you came back to Forks to check on your dad. I wouldn't allow it. I never wanted the responsibility that came with being the alpha. I didn't even want to be a shifter myself. However, I couldn't stand there and allow any harm to come to you. So, I challenged him for the spot for the alpha, which was truthfully my birthright. I am the grandson of Ephraim Black after all. In the end, I overthrew Sam and he told me that I would live to regret what I had done before he left the area along with Brady, Cullen, and Paul. I never thought he would sink this low though. To think he would be putting Forks in peril just to settle the score over a grudge. I know he is prideful to a point of extreme, but this is taking it to a whole new level. He exclaimed as he looked back over at me. I wanted to discuss this with you one-on-one because of course, we can only speculate, but I know that it is a lot to swallow and it can be hard to keep your cool around those who are looking up to you for guidance. That being said, I wanted to give you the chance to absorb this information without having to worry too much about keeping your emotions in check. I replied and he gave me a thankful nod. Hopefully you are wrong, but I have a feeling in my gut you aren't. He replied as he began walking back to the village. Will you and your pack be able to stand against your brothers again? It is one thing to fight against them for a placement in the pack, but it's another to fight to kill. I thought aloud and he only shook his head in disgust. If it comes down to it, I will not be fighting them because of my alliance to you, but because I am trying to save Forks. If these newborns were to win, chaos would ensue, I am sure. That simply cannot happen. I will take down any threat to this town, no matter if it is coming from a vampire, human or shifter. He affirmed and I smiled at him before glancing in his direction. Thank you, Jake. This means everything to me. You have no idea how grateful I am to have you in my corner. Will you tell the others? I asked and he nodded. Of course. We will meet up at the baseball field once we all have our bearings straight and after you have a moment to discuss logistics with your crew. We'll finalize everything then, he affirmed as we made our way back to the village, coming to a still as I took note of the way Alice was sitting on the stairs leading up to my hut, her gaze automatically locking onto mine. She knew. I walked over as the shifters ran past me as Jake called for them all to gather, and I noticed Seth's large grin on his face. I took that as a positive sign before walking over and motioned with my head for Alice to follow, to which she nodded and I led her a little way from the hut before jumping onto a fallen tree and patting next to me, indicating for her to follow. She jumped up and placed her hands in her lap before she looked over at me. How long have you known that Seth had imprinted on me? She finally asked and I smiled as I looked down at the ground. Since we all first arrived back here after the Dante ordeal. I replied and she nodded. You couldn't give a girl a heads up? She asked with a light chuckle and I shook my head. Your bond had just been severed with Jasper and I wasn't sure what your current headspace was like at the time. I was worried that it may have been too soon for him to tell you. I didn't want you to reject something that could potentially be the best thing that had happened to you in years out of fear or from being rushed, and I certainly did not want to do anything that would influence your decision. I thought that if it was meant to be, it would happen naturally. Not all imprinting has to be romantic in nature. I replied. He told me because he said that it was important that he got it in the open in case it was our last chance to do so. I think he also wanted to give me a warning why he was going to be more protective than others when it came to the battle. I told him I could handle my own, but I am not sure if that will be enough for him not to act like an overprotective fool, wanting to be everywhere at the same time. She replied and I nodded. The shifters are no better about acting in ways to protect their imprint than we are about protecting our mates. I agree that it was good that he told you though so that you could understand his movements better. Finding out in the middle of a battle about him being your imprint may have proven to be rather distracting. Truth be told, if he had not done what he did, I would have broken the news to you myself. I said as I looked over at her, trying to gauge her feelings on Seth. I never thought that something like this was possible. It's a rarity if a vampire can find a mate, you know. Many go through hundreds or even thousands of years before finding them. To know that I have found a mate not once but twice is not something that I truly expected, and with a shifter. She exclaimed and I nodded. It is interesting. I have never heard of a shifter imprinting on a being other than another tribe member. We do not understand the phenomena of the imprinting process. We all assume that the process occurs to help ensure that the bloodline remains strong and that the future offspring will be able to carry out the will of the tribal history. However, that cannot be the case with you as you cannot carry a child. There must be some sort of reasoning behind it, but that is something that will only unfold in time, assuming that this bond is something that you have accepted. I replied and moved my head to peer into her eyes. Being with him is like finally being able to shut my eyes. You have the same affect, you know. You stop the visions from clashing behind my eyes. Being with him is like that too. It's like, everything goes away and my mind can finally relax. I wasn't sure how I would feel about not being able to receive visions around him, but who knows, maybe in time, I'll become accustomed to being around him, that I will learn how to have visions of not him necessarily, but of others. I can't deny the way that being around him makes me feel though, Bella. His demeanor is beyond well suited with my own. I feed off of his positive energy, and he compliments me in ways that I have never known. I told him that our bond was something that I at least was willing to test out. She replied and I grinned at her smile. I am so happy for you, Alice. You deserve happiness. I am glad you have a second chance at it. I replied as I jumped off of the log, and she nodded before following suit as we headed back to the village. And you're okay with it? She asked, and I furrowed my eyebrows before looking over at her. What do you mean? I asked, and she shrugged. Well, I just wasn't sure what the Volturi's stance would be on something like this. I am sure there is some sort of rule somewhere that would forbid this type of bond, this blending of the species, so to speak. She said slowly, and I shook my head. Keyes isn't exactly a fan of the shifters, but as they are not the true children of the moon, there are no laws in place that would prevent you from being with him. You have my full blessing, and even if there was a rule against it, I would overlook it. I said, causing her to shoot me a wide-eyed glance. What? I asked, suppressing a chuckle at her comical expression. You're such a stickler for the rules. I never thought I would hear something like that come out of your mouth is all, not when you view the world in black and white. She replied eventually, and I thought on her words for a moment or two before responding. That is true, but this mission has caused me to find a reason to change my perspectives. Nothing about this has a cookie-cutter setup. It has forced me to alter my thought process and how I view things. I replied, only stopping briefly as she leaned forward and placed a chaste kiss on the side of my face. You are the absolute best, she quipped, and I laughed before we came to a stop where the rest of the Cullens, Anita, Gunnar and Chelsea emerged. So, what is the plan? Edward asked, and I sighed, averting my gaze in the direction of the baseball field. I have a plan, but I am not sure how much you're going to like it. I finally admitted and took in a deep breath and began. No, 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 and no. There is a better chance that pigs will learn how to fly than you have in getting me to agree to this plan. I won't have it, Chelsea argued as she shook her head defiantly. Listen, I know you're worried about me, but let's face it. I have more speed than anyone else does here. These newborns are coming for me after all. Someone needs to lead them straight to where everyone is waiting, and I can easily handle it. I know the layout of the land better than anyone, including the Cullens. I replied as I tried to force her to see reason. I'm not just sending my best friend and coven sister to the front lines, where all the danger could happen, without me or at least someone by your side. That's not right, and you can't convince me that it is. I know you're really strong, an almost invincible warrior, but you're still recovering from your mental attack from Nero, and we don't know the degree of weakness that still exists. We don't know what type of abilities these newborns or their leader will possess either. It's not right for you to put this amount of pressure on yourself. I know you, Bella, better than anyone here, and I know that you are setting yourself up to crack under pressure, trying like always to keep everyone safe while you play the role as the sacrificial pawn. She argued back as she began to pace around, and I sighed. Chelsea, please try to understand. I'm not saying that you all should just leave me on my own to fight, but we can't risk that the newborns won't catch a scent of a human in the town and give in to their innate desire. Given my connection with everyone here, I think I have learned a way for Alice to still receive visions of me even with my shield up. That was something good that came about during my time away and with Nero. Given that, I won't really be alone. If something were to go awry, you all still could come running. We can make sure that the shifters are just out of range so that her visions aren't impacted but still close enough to be there in mere moments. You need to have more faith in me than this. You say that no one knows me better than you do, but that's not true. I know myself better than you do. I know what I am capable of and this is what is best for the mission. I replied back as she huffed in annoyance. You have to agree with her points, Chelsea. We have to think about what is best for the mission at hand. Someone needs to lead the army to where we will be and there is really no other way. Newborns are faster than the average vampire and the only one who possesses enough speed to outrun them is Bella. Anita whispered, causing Chelsea to shoot her a glare. I agree with Bella and Anita, Chelsea. We need whatever advantage we have. If Bella were to appear to be there to fight on her own, it would be exactly what the Impovidia Inquisitor would do. They would not think it out of place for her to act in such a manner. She is fast enough to easily evade their advances and in doing so, she will ensure the safety of the entire town and control the variables. Edward finally spoke and I shot him a thankful smile. Jasper, help me out here. She growled out in irritation, causing him to sigh before looking into my eyes briefly and then back to Chelsea. Chelsea, war is imminent. There is nothing that can be done to prevent this from happening. These newborns are coming for her and there is nothing that can be done to stop it. There are reasons why Bella placed me as second in command over the mission and it's not just because I'm her mate. I understand your reasoning but I believe that you're not thinking clearly. If Alice can still receive visions, then we will know everything that is happening before it has a chance to unravel. If Bella can offer any ounce of surprise then we need that opportunity to capitalize on, especially since the Volturi have decided that it would be best for them to stay within the castle in case the newborns split and need forces to protect not just the castle but the nearby town as well. He replied and I sighed outwardly in relief. Bella, please, I beg you, reconsider. You must have another reason for wanting to go down this path that goes deeper than what you are letting on. I know it, please just say what it is. She finally sighed and I felt my dead heart tremble at her begging tone. Chelsea, I realize now that I am the only one who can bring about true peace back to our world. While in that temple, I had to face off against my dark half, the beast, if you will. I realized then that these newborns and perhaps the leader are just as lost as I have been more times than I would like to count, and every time you pulled me back from that ledge. I want one last chance to talk to the leader before actually beginning the battle to see if I can stop it from happening and I cannot do that if she feels threatened, which would be exactly what would happen if there was anyone with me. I finally admitted and watched the way Esme's eyes softened at my words and a sense of what I believe was pride shone across Carlyle's orbs. Remarkable, Bella. I know you are more capable of compassion than most vampires I have known but to know that you are still willing to try and stop this battle from occurring through reason far exceeds my expectations. Carlyle murmured and I nodded my head. Considering all that they have done and the lives that they have ended, I know that they don't deserve a chance. I know I am going against all the rules that my family have in place but I can't help but to want to try. These newborns are being repressed under the hateful rule of a merciless dictator. If I can't reason with the leader then perhaps, I can at least reach them. If I can't, then I know what must be done. We can't have them in this world, when they can't control their bloodlust. If they can't see reason then I will have to end them but I'd rather not have to do so. I sighed. I hope that it doesn't come to that. From what I can gather, these newborns are just children. They deserve better. Rosalie sighed and I nodded. If I can't find another way to resolve the threat of their existence then I will have no other choice, Rosalie. Trust me, it's not what I want to do. I could have easily fallen under the same category as them, if I had not had a loving and supportive family that helped me control my bloodlust. I think that if I can talk to their creator, and reason with whoever that is, then maybe I can get them to sway to our side. But I don't know how well that will honestly go over. I have no idea just how deep those hooks have been sunk into them. However, my family, yours, and this world's well-being as a whole, must come before any of them. I hope you understand. My voice faltered lightly as I began to think about how I would feel when all was said and done. I had never particularly enjoyed killing other vampires. As it was, I only did so when it was absolutely necessary. I had always been able to shut off that part of my humanity but I was not sure how I would react when it came to disposing of children. We don't have much time, okay. It is necessary that we get into position as soon as possible. I need to be waiting for them all, I faltered in my strong words as I peered over in the direction to the nearby town, to where all of my beloved humans walked around as if nothing was wrong. I can't, and will not, let this town fall to their fangs. Very well. You all go ahead and meet up with the rest of the shifters at the baseball field. We will join you in a moment. I need to discuss something with Bella first. Jasper instructed, and I moved my eyes to meet his gaze with a slight questioning glance but nodded in confirmation. What is it, Jazz? You're not having a change of heart on the plan, are you? I asked once we were alone, and he sighed as he shook his head. No, that's not it, Bella. I am not exactly happy with the plan, but I understand the logistics behind it. I just wish it didn't have to be like this. I just got you back and I'm not quite ready for another goodbye. He admitted, and I hung my head a tad as I registered the pain of his words. Bella, are you coming? We need to get a move on here. You can have all the time you need with him after we've won the battle. Jake called out rather sharply, causing Jasper to tense as he looked over with a slight snarl. I shot a warning look at Jake, causing his eyes to widen slightly. I knew what needed to be done, but I wasn't going to have Jasper get any more upset than he was at this moment. I wanted him to be able to focus on the upcoming altercation without any added distractions. I let out a light huff, and couldn't help but feel as if Jake was being very inconsiderate at the moment. We'll be there in a moment, okay? Just head up. The others are there and will fill you in. I responded, and he nodded before he took off with the other shifters following in tow. Anyway, I began once we were alone once more, please just say what's on your mind. I want this off of your chest so that you can focus on the more pressing matters. I said, and he nodded after a few moments. I wish more than anything that you could be with me, but we know that it would be seen as a threat, and besides, someone needs to overlook everything else while I'm away. I said softly, and he nodded as I took him into my hold. After a few moments, I finally felt him relax and sighed in relief. I moved my free hand to his waist. I swore my heart almost shattered at the concerned and pained expression in his eyes. It was going against all that I had felt was right to be away from him, but knew it must be done. I know. You just better come back to me, he finally murmured, and I nodded, looking deep into his eyes. I leaned forward and rested my forehead against his, the very act done that had been done on multiple occurrences to help comfort and ground us both. You just have to. I'm not strong enough to live without you in my life, he responded, his voice cracking as he closed his eyes and leaned against my touch. I am going to come back to you, I promise. I responded, and nuzzled my face into his neck. Letting you go this time is the hardest thing I have had to do in my entire lifetime, even more so than fighting against the desire for human blood. He sighed, and I pulled back slightly. Jazz, look at me. I instructed as he lifted his gaze into my own. I must do this, to try and stop this war, but also to lead them to you all if my words cannot reach them. I knew the risks that I was going to face the moment I accepted my place with the Volturi. I have developed my powers the way I have so that I can protect all that I love, a category that you fall into now. That is my duty, as fate has written out for me. I stated, my eyes slowly filling venom that I refused to shed. If this is the case, I now have something that I need to tell you, Bella. He smiled lightly, as he reached into his pocket. Go on, I encouraged, watching his movements carefully. They say you don't know what you really have, until it's gone, right? Well, Bella, I just had a taste of what that would be like. For the first time since the encounter with Dante, I was absolutely terrified, petrified that I could lose the one woman in this world who has the power to melt away the layers of my battle-worn and jaded heart, and rescue me from my world of solitude. Now that you are here beside me, and now that I experienced what your love feels like, I will never let you go again. He said, and I shook my head. Jazz, you have to, just momentarily. I said softly, but he only grinned. No, that's not what I am getting at. Everything that you have said makes sense, so I can let you go on your own, and my heart, unbeating as it is, will go with you, but I'm not sure if even that is enough to give you the motivation you need to continue to fight with all that you have. So, I'd like to provide further motivation, if I may. He paused to pull out a thin line of thread. Do you know what this piece of thread is, Bella? He asked, chuckling as I began to examine it closely. Of course, it's the special thread we use to sew armor. It's from the silk tree and then infused with venom, is it not? Almost unbreakable, I replied after a few moments, watching the way it shimmered slightly in the few rays of sunlight that broke through the overcast sky above. That is correct. I took a strand of it that had not been infused with venom and mixed my own into it. You see, I believed it to be perfect for this, he murmured as he tied the string onto my ring finger of my left hand. This piece of thread resembles all the love I have ever had for you, all the trust I have in you and us as a couple, and my unbreakable promise to be by your side forevermore, even in death. He smiled as he slid a ring down the thread and onto my finger. Jazz, I gasped, my eyes shooting to his, and then quickly down to begin to examine the unique ring on my hand. I know that it is likely more extravagant than you are used to, but our love in itself is so unique. I wanted a ring that would match this situation. I handcrafted the rose gold metal into the shape of leaves and melded it around the diamond-crested white gold band, and selected the blue sapphire from the castle's reserves with Arrow's blessing, as it is your birthstone and represents the dedication to be honest and loyal to each other. I hope you like it. He smiled, looking anxiously at me for a response. Jazz. My eyes widened further as I looked at him. Isabella Marie Swan, I promise with all that I have to cherish you every moment from now until forever. Would you give me the tremendous privilege of becoming my wife? Being tongue-tied was not a feeling that I was accustomed to. When I had moved to Volterra, I had learned Italian as it was my family's native tongue and it had been part of my education overseen by Marcus. After being turned, I had learned a handful of other languages such as German, French, Norwegian, Russian, Spanish and even Chinese. It had been important that I learned languages of the regions that I would go on missions to so that I could fit in and be more successful. Given that I did not need to sleep, I had more time on my hands than I knew what to do with, so I put it to good use, and in due time I found that I could speak, read and write any of these languages to absolute perfection. Even my use of the English language had been enhanced. But unfathomably, all of that training and education that I had obtained throughout my lifetime had all but failed me in this very moment. I felt the cool and smooth metal as it slid against my skin, and even though it weighed less than an ounce, I felt the weight of it and the decision that I needed to make as if it weighed a ton. I knew what I desired to say more than anything else. During my time in the trials, I had received a taste of what my future would be if I pursued my relationship with Jasper. I had seen myself in a wedding dress and surrounded by the Cullens as they welcomed his and my unification, resulting in me feeling happier than I had ever felt. Even though it was not real, I knew that it was still very much a distinct possibility. Something that I had even gone so far to promise to myself that I would make a reality if the opportunity ever presented itself, and here it was. I took in a steadying and unneeded breath as I looked up from my finger to meet his patient and waiting gaze. I looked deep past his dark crimson orbs that were currently sparkling with a sense of excitement, looking straight into the soul that I knew he still possessed. I knew why he was choosing now of all times to propose. It was no different than the same mindset that Seth had been in when he told Alice the truth of him imprinting on her. Despite the countless reasons I had not to fail with this battle, he was wanting to present just one more reason why I needed to give it everything I had to secure victory. The motivation was the promise of a forever future with him, something that could not be if I failed. It was true that marriage had always been something that I had thought was revolting. I never thought I was going to go through an ordeal like that. I had seen what failed marriages did. They turned two people who had been deeply in love into beings who despised and hated one another, turning them into nothing but casualties of a broken heart. Throughout the years as a human, a lot of people asked me what my biggest fear was, or what scared me the most. I suppose it was a good icebreaker for a conversation when trying to get to know someone. And I know that they always expected an answer like heights, or closed spaces, or creepy crawlies like spiders or snakes. But that wasn't it. My biggest fear, and something that likely still existed to a certain extent, was the very thought that after finding love and establishing a bond with them, after even going so far as to offer up my entire heart and soul to them, I would become ugly to them as they fell out of love with the very same things that they had initially fallen in love with. That the very person who once thought they had found all the stars of the galaxy in my eyes, only saw me as a black hole in their life, extinguishing whatever light surrounded them. I thought back to my time spent in the temple and that one specific trial with Alice and Jasper. I saw what their ordeal had done to them and the pain that had been caused. It was positively unheard of for two mates to grow apart from one another, but that had been exactly what had occurred. The question was if that was a possibility for him and I as well. As a human, I had viewed their love as the strongest bond I had ever witnessed. Knowing that she had saved him from the dark path he was on and loved him through every obstacle, every slip-up during his diet change, through it all, was absolutely beautiful to me. I had never known such a bond that they had shared. They never gave up on one another, and still honestly hadn't, even if they were no longer mates. My experience and examples provided regarding love and marriage were vastly different. The only thing I had learned from love was how to shoot someone before they could outdraw you. I learned from experience with my parents that most people fell out of love for the same reasons why they fell into it to begin with, which was the reason why I had the fears that I did. People found in time that their lovers' once endearing stubbornness became simply a refusal to compromise, and their one-track mind became nothing but an immature mindset. That their passions that had once been adored and supported were eventually seen as nothing but bad habits and money down the drain. Their attractive spontaneity turned into reckless and irresponsible behavior, and their comforting hold turned into a noose around the heart. That was the main reason why I never had thought about marriage as a human. People were far too fickle to trust with your heart for an entire lifetime. They could simply wake up one day and decide that they did not love you anymore, and there wasn't anyone to particularly blame for it. People were constantly changing and adapting over time. It was illogical to think that two people could go through life together without eventually growing apart. However, as a vampire, I knew that the mating bond went so much deeper than that of a human. Once established, it was not something that could easily be altered, as we ourselves were frozen in time and generally incapable of change. I knew that it was more or less permanent, and once a vampire fell in love, they were not really capable of falling out of it, unless extreme situations occurred like what had happened with Alice and Jasper. Still, somehow I knew, at least in the back of my mind, that after everything that had taken place between Jasper and I, nothing could come between us now. We had both gone through our own individual hells and had come out of the fire stronger than before, and only became more desperate to be together. He had seen my flames as they burnt around me, creating a safety net of walls that no one could even begin to think about tearing down, but did not falter. He had seen me stumbling through a mess of dances of my life, how I squandered my second chances, and wrecking every opportunity that had been presented to me, making nothing but a mess of good intentions. But still, he did not run. He had trusted me when I wasn't worth it and have forgiven me when I didn't deserve the mercy that he was offering. He had been the very first person to look into my eyes and saw the soul inside that was crying, begging for love, and had provided it without question or hesitation. But there was one thing still that needed to be addressed. He had made it all too obvious that he had trusted me above anything and anyone, even logic itself. I had earned that trust, though I failed to see how, since I had done nothing but keep things from him and kept him in the dark about not just my feelings but about things happening during the mission as well. Before I could give him my answer, he deserved to know the truth of who I was likely going to face. Jazz, you have no idea how much of an honor this is. I never once thought that I would be in a position such as this, standing with the love of my life, sharing a moment like this. I have an answer for you, I promise. There is something that you need to know though first. If you are going to trust me with your heart from now until the ends of time, then I need to show you that I am worthy of such trust, and the only way I can do that is by sharing a piece of information with you on who I strongly believe the leader of the newborns are. I replied eventually and watched the way his eyebrows furrowed as he took my hands into his own. This can't be good, or it wouldn't be so hard for you to say. He breathed as he raised my hands to his lips, placing gentle kisses on each knuckle. Nero wouldn't tell me for sure. I'm not sure the reason why. However, he did say that the leader was a female, one who was very charismatic and could easily make those around her fall under her spell. I sighed as I felt his lips dance gently across my skin before he looked at me with thoughtful eyes, begging me to continue. This being would also have to have had experience with newborns and training them to fight to the caliber of an army. We both know how challenging of a task controlling newborns can be. The fact she was able to keep them all from killing each other and was able to reach the sheer numbers that she has, makes me believe it could only be one person. I swallowed harshly as his eyes slightly hardened. It was clear that he was beginning to put the pieces together slowly, piece by piece. I think I know what you are laying down, Bella. He breathed out and I nodded. I hope I am wrong, Jazz. I really do, but I don't think I am, not when I think about the motivation and the connection of everything. Nero was my own past demon, something that existed from my own past failures. There is a possibility that there are shifters that are also part of this army, a result of loose ends created between a discord between Jake and Sam. The battle itself is taking place in Forks, and Maria knows that you are here. You are the one who got away, one that she likely wants back more than words could ever express. More than that, we both know that the wars in the South still rage on, and the only reason why the Volturi have not gotten involved is because they all have gotten good at keeping the action hidden from the attention of the humans in the area, but she needs people like you to help achieve her goals. I replied, and he nodded curtly. She always wanted to broaden her horizons, but why would she leave her territory undefended? What reason would she have to go out with this insanity? He growled out, and I sighed. Think about it, Jazz. If the Volturi are out of her way and are no longer capable to stop her from acting free from restraint, then she can do exactly what she's always desired. Nero and her had a common enemy, the Volturi, and myself as an extension. That is likely why they paired up. And if it is Sam and the others as part of the army, then they are doing so to settle the score with Jake, which came about because of competing views of how they should handle me coming back to Forks as a vampire. Don't you see? They are all connected. The common ground being me. That is why I believe that the leader is Maria. No one else would make sense. I urged him to think about my words, causing him to let go of my hands and cross them tightly against his chest, his jawline hardening as it clenched down. And why did this need to be shared before you would give me your answer on my proposal? What is your thought process? Surely after everything, you don't think that I still have feelings for her? He asked after a few moments after he clearly had reined in some of his turbulent emotions. I don't worry about you pining after her. It's nothing like that, but you left her seeking refuge with a new life. You did not want to kill her, even though that was logically the best option. I need you to know this because there is a chance that I will not be able to grant that same type of mercy. I guess that I need to know that you are truly okay with me putting the final nail into the coffin of your past. I finally sighed and watched the way his eyes flickered back to my own. Bella, let me make this as clear as I can. Being with you has made me take a few steps back so I can finally see the full picture. It's so easy now to see how the pain I endured and my past demons were beating me into pure submission. I hadn't even realized that it had caused me to give up the fight. And then, you came into my life again. And suddenly, I felt alive, more than I had in over 100 years. You helped me to rediscover myself, successfully resurrecting a man who had died in more ways than one. Because of that, I will vanquish any foe that poses a threat to you, to me, and to our future. He said with such serenity that I felt myself falter for just a moment as I tried to find the right words to respond. I just needed to make sure that my actions would not cause you harm. I didn't want to be counterproductive to whatever goal you were trying to achieve by letting her live all those years ago. I finally responded, and he shook his head. You have my full blessing to do whatever you feel is best at the time you have to make the decision. I know you. You will do what you think is best, and your moral compass is more on point than anyone's I've ever known. I know that if it comes down to you having to kill my sire, I know you will have done all you could to prevent it. Though, you will have 1,000 apologies if it is indeed her. I should have done things differently but did not have the strength to do what I knew must be done. You may think that fleeing the way I did was done so out of compassion, but if I were to be honest, it was done out of cowardice and in all likeness, selfishness as well. I wasn't strong enough to do what I knew needed to be done and was too desperate to find some sort of reprieve from the life I had been leading. And if anything happens to you because of it, I will never forgive myself. He sighed and I shook my head, taking his hands back into my own. Jasper, before fate caused me to come back into your life, I had become comfortably numb. I thought I was happy and fulfilled. I had everything I could ever want in life and probably more. But I was always missing something. And then I found you, and you opened up my eyes to a world when everything's right. You found me when I didn't even realize I was missing and needed to be found. You broke through every wall, every fog of confusion, and for the first time in nearly a century, I now know what it feels like to be complete. I know I have done things that have put a strain on us, and maybe I am being selfish. I know I'm not exactly the easiest person to understand or be around at times, but I want you to know that while I don't love like the average person does, everything that I have done is only to try and prove just how much you mean to me. I said softly, causing him to grin further. It may be true that you don't love like everyone else does, but that also means that you don't have the capability to hate like everyone else does either. You may have slain more vampires than any other, but you do not get any type of fulfillment from it. That's rare to find in a vampire. It's in our nature to become entranced with the prospect of a kill, and yet, you've been able to keep that at bay and allow a shred of humanity to remain. I admire you for it. He smiled, and if I could blush, I would have been beet red. I was never one to accept compliments well, and that was not something that had changed. Thank you, I replied automatically, not sure what else I could say. I also know that nothing about loving you is exactly easy, but anything worth having won't come without effort. You are an enigma for sure, but you're a puzzle that I want to figure out, because I know that some of your miscellaneous and warped pieces that no longer fit into your puzzle, fit into some of my own spaces that my own pieces can't fit into, and likewise. In short, I know we need each other to be whole. He replied smoothly, and my eyes began to blink rapidly to keep my overflow of venom at bay. What I am trying to say is that I don't want to go through one more second without you as my own. It took me being separated from you more than once to get it through my thick skull that I am nothing without you, and I desire more than anything to be connected with you in every way possible. I said softly, and watched the way his eyes lit up further. Is this your incredibly long-winded way of saying yes? He asked with a smirk, and I peered into his eyes with as much love as I could summon. Yes, Jasper. Nothing would give me greater happiness than to become your wife. I finally confirmed, and instantly, his hands were cupping the side of my face as he claimed my lips with his own. I allowed myself to drown in the kiss for a few moments, breathing and tasting as much of his essence as possible. I felt venom fill my eyes behind my closed eyelids as I clenched my fingers tightly around the fabric of his slate-gray sweater, not wanting to let go. The love between him and I just continued to get better and better. He was taking me to new heights, ones that I never thought I would be able to achieve. I wanted this moment to last forever, but I knew that I had to allow it to come to a close. If I wanted this promise of a better future to come to fruition, there were things that had to still take place, and more than ever, I was ready to finish this so that my life could truly begin. I finally broke the kiss with great reluctance, my eyes rapidly blinking as I tried to focus back on matters at hand. He only smiled as his fingertips traced the side of my face, his eyes taking in every detail almost as if he was trying to burn the memory of me forever in his mind. I better get going. If we keep going at this pace, we'll miss the whole battle. I grinned, and he nodded. Be safe, love, please. He breathed out, and I nodded as I turned my back and began walking towards where I needed to go. Always am. I smiled over my shoulder before I broke into a dead sprint, my mind becoming focused once more on the task at hand. I leaned against a nearby tree, my arms crossed loosely against my chest as I took in the landscape, my ears focused on the distant sound of footsteps traveling quickly in my direction. I played with the ring on my finger absent-mindedly for a few moments before moving my eyes back up as I sensed them to be close. I didn't have to wait long, and suddenly they all came to a sudden and abrupt halt, twigs and dirt flying up from their feet at the sudden halting of their movements. I watched as they all lowered themselves close to the ground and let out a chorus of warning hisses, their pitch-black eyes sizing me up and watching my movements closely. I sighed as I shook my head in disapproval. They were all young, all between the ages of what appeared to be 10 to 15. They had no business being turned this young. Their minds were not emotionally mature enough to handle it. This was likely why they were able to be so easily persuaded. I knew based on my time spent with Jane and Alec just how hard it must have been on these children to be turned. To know that they were only being used as weapons of war made my teeth ache slightly as I desired to sink them into the neck of who was responsible. My eyes moved over them and counted out 15, which meant that half or so were missing. I cursed internally. Where were the others? Had they split off from the group and were coming in from a different angle? Were they not here at all and were headed to Volterra? And if that was the case, which group was the leader currently with? My internal musings were silenced as my eyes fell on a young girl, likely aged about 15, who was not acting like the others. My head tilted as I took in her appearance. She had a strong defensive stance, but her eyes made it clear that she was unsure and not quite blinded by battle lust like the others. Her eyes, while black, did not possess the same wildness of a newborn. She clearly was almost out of her newborn stage, which meant that she likely was in line to be disposed of. This battle was perhaps her only saving grace. The leader clearly needed every member of the army possible to fight, even those that were almost out of their prime. She locked eyes with me, her eyebrows furrowing as she took in my appearance, and I raised an eyebrow at her speculatively. I could feel the weight of her unspoken questions that lingered between her and I. I watched the way her stance relaxed slightly and her eyes screamed for help. I felt a slight rumble fill my chest as I realized the significance of the action. She was here to destroy me, and yet, it appeared as if she was seeking refuge with the very person who was supposed to be her enemy. This could only mean that the life she was forced to live with this coven was worse than what I could offer her. Perhaps, just maybe, I could indeed reach some of these newborns. Maybe, it wasn't a lost cause after all. Oh, well, look at what we have here. The Impavidia Inquisitor has decided to spare us the difficulty of finding her and has come on her own accord. A female voice spoke, and I tore my eyes from the young girl into the crimson eyes of the leader herself, Maria. My eyes squinted slightly as I took in her appearance. She was dressed in a pair of loose burgundy gaucho-style capris, black ankle boots, and an off-the-shoulder creamy white 3/4 sleeve-length top, with a mustard yellow poncho. She was indeed small in stature, only standing an inch or so above 5 foot, and her long and wavy ebony locks were pulled back into a side bun, a few wispy ends still framing her slightly olive-colored complexion. She was riding on the back of a massive dark silver-gray furred wolf, and I knew then that it was Paul. I cursed my luck, knowing there was a probability that their close proximity to myself would interfere with Alice's visions. I just didn't know how much of one. I had not expected the shifters to actually be present when I encountered the newborn army, and expected them to show up on their own accord, separately. I heard the distant howls echoing off of the trees and mountains nearby, sending a chill down my spine as my natural instincts threatened to emerge at the call of my natural enemy. My eyes flickered to the side as two smaller wolves, one with dark ashy-colored fur and one with gray fur and brown spots, came walking to the immediate left flank of the newborns, their lips moving upwards in almost identical snarls as they revealed their lethal teeth. These were clearly Brady and Cullen. My eyes then moved to the right as I took in the large pitch-black wolf with dark blue eyes who put his ears back and growled deep in his throat at my appearance. "How nice to see you again, Sam." I spoke and watched the way his sharp talon-like claws dug into the ground in an attempt to stop himself from moving forward to attack against command, his fur raising up on the back of his neck. "I have a feeling that the sentiments are not mutual." Maria spoke, and I moved my eyes from Sam's to meet her own as she slid off of the back of Paul, adjusting her outfit before she moved to stand in front of the army with a smug look on her face. "I had a gut feeling that it was you who was behind this all. Tell me, where is the rest of your army?" I asked, and she only grinned. "Oh, Saniro must have given up more information than I expected him to if you know of our numbers. Given that he is not here, I suppose it is safe to say that you disposed of him." I bit back a growl and only nodded my head in confirmation. "That is correct. There was no other way around it. He could not reach reason and he moved to attack Alice. He would have been relentless, coming back for us all unless I took care of him. Now, answer my question." I replied, and she sighed dramatically. "Such a shame. I had thought for sure that he would have been able to withstand you once he got into your mind. He had so much potential. I warned him that he was being far too ambitious by trying to recruit you, but he would not listen to reason. Oh well." She paused as she looked deep into my eyes. "The other half of my army is heading straight to your precious coven. I believe that they should be able to give your family quite the run for their money. I expect that they should be able to take them down." She grinned, and I felt my jaw clench tightly. I had never felt so torn in my entire life. Part of me wanted to leave and run straight home so that I could protect my family. I loved them all to pieces, and knowing that half of this army was heading their way and I was powerless to stop it made my skin crawl. It didn't particularly matter to me how strong or nearly indestructible they were. They were still my family, and the very idea of a single one of them getting so much as a crack or a bite from a newborn was more than I could stomach. However, I knew that I was needed here. With the gifts and abilities of my family, I knew that they should be all right, despite Maria's previous sentiments. I could not abandon the Cullens or Forks, not now, not with so much on the line. I breathed in a few deep steadying breaths as I watched her with a wary eye. I had thought about what I would say to get through to the leader when the time came, but knowing that it was indeed Maria presented a unique challenge. She was fierce and hardened to the point where I wasn't sure I would be able to sway or influence her thoughts. Ever since she lost her coven and territory to the hands of Benito in the early 1830s, she had been hellbent on revenge. I recalled the information that Marcus had shared on when the Volturi had to intervene to stop the First War. It was horrific to say the least. Executing Benito had brought about peace for about a decade before Maria tried her hand at mirroring his actions. She had been smarter though, and had conducted the wars without bringing too much attention to her actions. Other covens did not follow suit, resulting in my family returning in the 1840s to put an end to those covens specifically, but did not intervene with Maria as she had not technically broken any laws to the point of needing our involvement. Oh, how I wished she had slipped. "Why are you doing this, Maria?" I asked. I had to understand her motives if I was going to have even a hope of formulating a plan on how to talk her out of her demented motives. It's simple really. I have grown tired of having to act in certain ways, always minimizing myself and limiting my army's abilities to ensure that the Volturi doesn't have to step in. I have the ability to be more widespread but cannot carry out what I desire until you all are gone. After that has been done, I can create a world in which we can act without restraint. We won't have to live in fear. She replied, and I thought on her words for a moment or two. I know that the Volturi have done acts in the past that have caused discord, but is living within a set number of guidelines truly that bad of a thing? Surely this is something that can be discussed in a civil fashion. There must be some sort of compromise that we can reach without having to resort to violence. I replied, automatically going into diplomat mode. Perhaps I had more training with a politician tongue than I had originally thought. I have tried these so-called negotiations in the past. The Volturi, however, do not offer anything without somehow giving them the better part of the deal. I have reached the point where I no longer desire to compromise. I desire everything, and I don't see why I shouldn't have it all. Didn't you hear what I said? Some of my stronger newborns gifted with abilities that will render Alec and Jane's gifts useless are on their way to your home. It's all over for you and your family's reign. She replied with a sharp tone, and I sighed inwardly. Even if Alec and Jane's abilities were rendered useless, I knew my family had trained for this type of event and should still be able to handle whatever was coming their way. They had proven the strength of their ability to fight as one unit on more than occasion after all. Still, knowing that there was likely some sort of shield with the newborns headed to Volterra made me wonder if any of the ones I was currently facing had gifts of their own, and if so, what were they? Time would certainly tell either way, but I wished that Nero had given me more information to work with. Finding out in the middle of the battle was not exactly desired, but there was no way around it at this point, and dwelling on such things only created a distraction that I did not need be focusing on. I beg you to reconsider. There does not need to be any further deaths. Both of our histories are plagued with such acts. We have the ability to turn the tide and not continue down this downward spiral of hate and misunderstanding. I know you have tried in the past to parley with the Volturi, but you have to believe when I say things are different now, and I believe that we can offer you quite a favorable alternative if you would agree to stand down and come to reason. I tried once more, but her gaze only hardened. I never thought I would see the day that the infamous Impavidia Inquisitor was not jumping at the bit for a fight. She mused, and I ground my teeth together for a moment or two. Her words were testing my patience greatly. I will fight if I must, but I think that these children have gone through enough. They do not need to be tortured any more than they already have. What you are using them for is beyond wrong. I argued back, watching the way her eyes hardened. I don't think you as the Impavidia Inquisitor have any right to be judging my morals on these matters. You, who have killed more vampires than any other in history. She snapped, and I crossed my arms against my chest. The vampires who have fallen at my hands fell because they would not come to reason or had done terrible acts against humans, and were incapable of rehabilitation. I wish more than anything I wouldn't have had to do all that I have done, but I had to do such things in order to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, and that is not something that I can regret. I replied, carefully gauging her reactions. I do not have the time or energy needed to deal with your regrets. Those are your own to shoulder. The only thing I can do at this point is to make sure that I don't live with any myself, and the only way that I can do that is by following this path that I am on. I cannot and will not allow myself to stray from course based on your pretty little lies of false hope and amity. You are wasting your time, so you shouldn't even try to sway me any further. She replied as I closed my eyes. There was no reaching her. She was just as lost as Nero had been. She was going to see this through no matter the cost. She was willing to kill and die for her beliefs, the very same that I was. Her aspiration of living in a world free from the Volturi was blinding her from seeing reason. There was nothing at all that I could offer that would appease her goal. There could not be any compromise. The only thing I could do now was try and get more knowledge and understanding of the situation and see if I could at least sway some of the newborns. Why are Sam, Paul, Brady and Cullen with you? I thought it went against their very nature for them all to work with a vampire. I finally asked as I stole a knowing glance at Sam, who rolled his eyes. This was truly something that I could not understand. My interactions with the pack had been interesting to say the least. When Edward had left me alone and shattered in the woods, it had been Sam who had come to my rescue and brought me back to my father, even though I was practically comatose at that point. My knowledge of the existence of the shifters came about a few months later, after I had slapped Paul across the face, triggering him to phase, resulting in the truth being revealed to me in Emily's hut. It had been a good thing too, thinking back. The pack had been mine and Charlie's only saving grace while Victoria was aiming to come back for me, seeking retribution for the Cullens killing her mate, James, in Phoenix. If it had not been for them, she would have likely got me. I know that it had appeared to everyone, including Jake, that I had turned my back on them the day that I met Arrow and Chelsea in the woods and decided to go with them. It took a while for Jake to come to reason, understanding that if I had not done what I had, I would have been killed. Even though I had become a cold one, as he liked to refer to us as when he didn't resort to bloodsucker or leech, he realized that he was just thankful to still have me as part of his life, even if I had changed. But that's not how everyone else in the pack felt. They saw me as a threat and did not believe that I was not drinking directly from humans. In their mind, I could not be trusted, which was the reason for the divide of the pack. These lovely beasts decided to join my ranks for a relatively simple reason. They want Forks back to how it was, free of the Cullens and also of you. Sam knew that he could not take down Jacob, I believe his name is, nor you, without assistance. His desire to restore Forks to its past glory is what forged this unlikely pact. She replied and my eyes moved back to Sam. It didn't have to come to this, Sam. I only was coming back to Forks to make sure that Charlie was okay. I watched over him until he passed. I had no reason to come back except to visit Jake. I never saw you as my enemy and still don't. You don't have to do this. There is no reason to fight against your own kind. Surely you can see Jake's thought of reasoning now that you yourself have sought out your own alliance with a vampire. It's not too late to fix everything, I said softly, causing his ears to flatten against his head and for him to bare his fangs at me. I don't believe he shares those same views. Maria grinned and I shook my head. Things were definitely not looking like they would be changing in my favor. But Nero said that Forks was the intended area for your new coven, for reasons that I still don't understand. Sam, if you let her win, you will lose Forks completely and all that you love. What she is planning is going to lead to a mass genocide of anyone who doesn't share her viewpoints. Countless will fall and those that survive are going to be under her rule. At least with the Volturi and I, we allow you to live out your life the way you see fit. Please consider that even if that means that there are those around you who have competing views, at least there is the option to have free thought. I tried once more, catching just a glimmer of realization flicker across his orbs before they became apathetic to my words once more. Ah, yes, Forks will indeed make the perfect area to establish the new coven. The land itself is filled with so many wonderful riches. It is also located close to the sea, meaning that trade will be easy enough to manage. However, the reasoning is much simpler than that. I desire this area for pure symbolic reasons. How fitting for the area to become my new territory, knowing that it had once been yours. It will always serve as reminder for anyone who tries to stand against me that this land was claimed from the Impavidia Inquisitor herself, the very area that she cherished more than even her homeland in Volterra. She grinned maliciously and I felt my anger beginning to boil in my veins. The Volturi should have intervened many moons ago so that you never would have been able to steal away these children's lives. I replied smoothly, causing her to throw her head back as she laughed. None of these children had much of a life to begin with. All were orphans or were growing up in an abusive home. I simply removed them from their toxic environments and made them into something so much more than they ever could have been otherwise. I saved them, which is more than I could say for you. She replied, and I felt my muscles tighten as they automatically responded to her clear-as-day challenge. What do you mean? I haven't done anything to harm these children. In fact, this is the first that I am ever seeing any of them. I questioned, and she shrugged her dainty shoulders. You know just as much as I do that there is an alarming number of orphans and abused children in this world. You may not have done anything directly to harm them, but have you done anything to help? I would argue that as you knew the truth of everything, you had a higher obligation to do something to help solve these issues, but you chose to pass by with a blind eye, focused on other matters entirely, like disposing of vampires who threatened your rule and your empire, the very thing that you desire to do with them all now, isn't that right? She asked, and I watched the ways the newborns fought their instincts not to lunge for me at her words. She was playing on their very innate feelings and fears. She had them under such a tight grip and had warped their minds to make me out to be the villain and their enemy. They were ready to attack me because she had been able to convince them that I had known of their individual struggles and had not done anything to help. To make matters worse, she then had also clearly made it known that they had to come for me because if they did not, in time, I would come for them instead. Truthfully, she was likely not wrong. One of the most sacred laws of the Volturi was regarding the laws that came from the threat of exposure. This was nothing new, and every vampire knew of these laws. This particular law I thought was a good one to have when I thought about my own past as a human. While it was true that everything had indeed worked out for me, I was a rare case. Most humans exposed to the vampire world did not find their niche and flourish from the knowledge. Most went clinically insane or died of a heart attack as their body could not handle the stress that came with such life-altering news. Those rare few who did manage to find out the truth and did not die from shock, either were turned or killed. The truth of the matter is, that the majority of the newborns in the world, unless under the direct care of a coven, did indeed meet their end at the hands of the Volturi. Newborns were unstable, powerful, and chaotic at best. They could not conform to the rules that we laid out to help protect our secret and the humans around us. Knowing that to be the truth, I knew that there was a strong likeliness that I would have eventually been dispatched to attend to these newborns. It wouldn't have been something that I particularly enjoyed, but it would be necessary to keep peace in the human world. It is true that I know of how many children grow up in less than favorable conditions across the world, but I cannot right every wrong. I have to pick and choose the battles that I take on and only get involved when it becomes necessary. The reason why I do not get involved with such things is because I learned a long time ago that I could not act in ways to drastically change the outcomes of those around me. Sometimes, as painful as it was, I had to sit back and allow certain events to unfold because eventually, these painful and horrific events would provide the very lessons learned needed to shape people into who they truly could and were destined to be. I replied, and one of the newborns near the front growled, clearly unable to restrain himself. Are you seriously going to stand there and justify what happened to me, to any of us? He growled as his fists clenched so tightly together, I was sure that small fissures were being created against his palm. What is your name? I asked with a raised eyebrow as my eyes moved to hold his gaze. Talon Redbeers, he replied without skipping a beat. Well then, Talon. No, I would never dream of trying to do such a thing. I replied simply, causing confusion to dance across his features as he looked at me. Then explain yourself, he demanded, and I groaned internally. Talking with him was just like how it was during a conversation with Jane. It always was quite the task to be able to speak in a manner to which I could make her see reason without causing an immature breakdown or fit of rage to occur. I grew up in a loveless home myself, so I think I can sort of relate to how some of you may feel. I began, and my eyes moved to their own as they all looked at each other before meeting my gaze once more. My parents married relatively young and it fell apart rather quickly. I was only 3 months old when my mother left my father, taking me with her, although I'll never understand why she did. My mother was not suited for the role of loving me the way a parent should. She was flighty and incredibly irresponsible. By the age of 7, I had taken on the task of overseeing our finances because if I didn't, we would have become homeless. I was responsible for making sure bills were paid, that grocery shopping was done, and that we actually ate balanced meals. I wanted to make her proud but never could reach it. My mother never quite understood me and always wanted me to be more like her, something that I simply did not have the luxury of. It took me leaving her, moving back to Forks to be with my father, that I learned what it was like to have a parent who actually cared about me. He and I were not close, but he did all he could to make sure that I was looked after and that my needs were met. It took me being separated from what had become my routine life to finally realize how much mental and emotional abuse I had endured. While not the same as being orphaned or being physically hurt, I can say that the mental damage done from living that type of life scarred my heart in ways that I am still learning about and how to cope. However, I wouldn't change a thing about what happened with my past. I explained, baring my soul raw to them as they seemed enthralled by my words. Why not? A particularly young male newborn asked, likely around the age of 10. Because those experiences, as painful as they were, allowed me to understand things that others could not. It allowed me to grow and provided the wisdom needed to perhaps stand before you all now, being able to find some sort of common ground. It's hard to understand at the time the reason for things happening the way that they do, but if things had gone differently, I wouldn't be the person I am today. While there is a great deal of bad, there is good too. And in my opinion, it would not have been worth risking losing all the good that has come from everything to change the bad. I replied, and he nodded after a few moments. I'm sorry to hear that you had to endure that. I came from a long line of dysfunctional families, starting back with my great-grandmother. I lived for the majority of my life believing that my father had left my abusive mother when I was about 6, but in truth, my mother murdered my father. She disposed of the body in the nearby wetlands, then packed up and moved us to Montana. Without my father to take her anger out on, I became the focus of her abuse, which came on every level including physical. Because of it, I became incredibly withdrawn. I was ashamed and didn't want anyone to know, and no one ever guessed, despite the occasional physical evidence. I guess it's true that it is hard to see the pain behind a mask. She sighed and I felt my insides twist uncomfortably. How could someone even think about laying one finger on this absolute sweetheart? How did you get involved in this? I asked as I motioned my hands to the newborns and to Maria, who was busy stroking Paul's fur with a rather bored expression. After a particularly bad beating, I could no longer stand her abuse and ran away from home a few weeks before my 15th birthday. While my mother laid passed out on the couch after consuming a fifth of whiskey, I stole the money in her purse, which was enough money for a bus ride to Olympia in Washington, but nothing more than that. I had no one to turn to and nowhere to go, but sleeping in parks was certainly better than the life I had led so far. I did my best to keep a low profile so that the police would not find me and send me back to my mother, who I know would have killed me if she ever got her hands on me again. One night I was walking around the park, munching on an apple, when a figure blew past me and sunk their teeth into the palm of my hand. I screamed in pain and writhed on the pavement, feeling like I was burning from the inside out. When I woke, I found myself in a large cabin on what appeared to be a remote Arctic island. I was told of what I had become and that my choices were either to learn to fight and contain the bloodlust or be killed. So, I decided to stay. I mean, what other options were there truly? She shrugged and I shook my head and huffed out in annoyance. And what is your name? I asked and watched the way her eyes flickered over to Maria, who only nodded, giving her the silent permission to respond. My name is Violet Evelyn Tanner. She responded and I nodded my head. Did all of you experience a similar experience to Violet here, in regards to how you were changed? I asked as my eyes finally moved from her own to address them all, and they all nodded except for Talon, and I watched the way his eyes hardened further from behind the curtain of dirty blonde hair that hung loosely above his forehead. What do you care? We are here because you were going to kill us. We are just here to beat you to the punch. He snapped and I shook my head. It is true that I would likely have been eventually ordered to kill you. I see no point in trying to hide or deny that fact from any of you. In fact, my orders and directives from the leader of the Volturi, Arrow, was to end the threat of the newborn army, while also providing aid and training to the Olympic Coven, a coven that resided in the area and who had become an apparent target. I replied, deciding that it would be better to be straightforward and truthful with the newborns. Eloquent speech would be lost on them and it would only likely irritate them further. There you have it. I told you that she was your enemy. By allowing her to live, you would only be putting off the inevitable. You may spare a fight today, but you will have to live out your existence in fear, always keeping an eye over your shoulder waiting for the day that she comes to exterminate you. No one, And I mean no one in the Volturi has a ledger filled with so many names of vampires who have fallen at their hands than she does. Maria said softly to the newborns who seemed conflicted. That would be true if you believe that killing and disposing is the only way in which the threat could be abated. I replied coolly as I shot a pointed glance at Maria, who only sneered back at me. Wait, what do you mean? Another newborn asked, who was standing close to Brady. You all believe that I am here because I was sent to kill you, which is not a lie. I made an oath many years ago that I would protect humans from vampires, no matter the cost. I did not want anyone to endure what I had. I got lucky, but I know that the majority of humans who run into a being like us will not be as fortunate. However, before I resort to that extreme, I am here to try and prevent things from going that far. I replied and watched as the newborns froze, clearly not able to comprehend my words. Why should we believe anything that you have to say? Talon cut in and I shrugged, about to respond but was cut off by Violet. She could have easily instantly engaged with us in battle the moment that we appeared. She chose in fact to try and have a conversation with us, which I think speaks volumes of her intentions. I think that we should at least hear what she has to say, if at all possible and permissible, of course. She spoke and I realized that if any of these newborns could be saved, she could. I then made up my mind that I would do anything and everything to protect her. Very well, I will allow it, but keep in mind what I have told you. She is a craftsman of words. She is a particularly clever beast, and it is typical of her kind with the Volturi to twist the truth, resulting in the clouding of the mind. I urge you to take caution. Maria warned, and I bit back a snarl, knowing that any outward act of aggression would be all that was needed to initiate the battle. The newborns nodded in her direction before giving me their full attention. Listen, I know how baffling this all is. You all were forced to grow up much sooner than you deserved to. Then, everything that you had known was ripped away from you and you were forced to live out a new type of existence, one that you only thought existed in your wildest of dreams. You were forced into a world that quite frankly you had no business in ever being a part of. I know how all disorientating this is. I know that you are bound to your sire, and feel a strong pull to align yourself to Maria because for all intents and purposes, she was the one who has guided you since you were changed. But I do not actively seek out to kill vampires. Truth be told, I don't get any satisfaction from it. I only go after vampires who break laws or those who put humans in direct danger. That being said, if you can grow to control your blood and lust for battle, you won't be seen as a threat and there would be no reason for me or any of the Volturi to interfere. We aren't the monsters of the vampire world. We simply act as a governing force to make sure laws are followed to ensure a peaceful cohesion between humans and vampires alike. I stated, allowing a few moments for my words to sink in. How can there be such unification when you feed on humans? How do you rationalize on those types of acts? Who gave you the authority to determine those who deserve to live and those who deserve to die? Another newborn asked and I sighed. What I knew I needed to share was one of the most coveted secrets of the Volturi because it would show just how much humanity we had obtained throughout the years, which could easily be misperceived as weakness. However, I wasn't sure what other course of action I could take. I would have to bring out the big guns if I had a chance to get through to them. I don't drink directly from humans. I drink from donated blood bags provided from hospitals all over the world who give it to us out of the name of research and science. And if that was something that I didn't want to do, I could drink from animals instead. I replied, You mean, there is an alternative to killing humans? Violet asked and I nodded. Yes, the Olympic Coven traditionally follows what they call a vegetarian lifestyle by drinking from animals. A few of them have temporarily switched to match my own diet to raise their strength and the power of their abilities, but they are drinking from blood bags as well. I have never killed a human and the only two I turned were two children I saved and adopted as my own. I raised them until they were grown and fully matured adults. They came to me when they were ready to be changed. It was their decision, fully. I replied, causing her eyes to widen in shock. So, what would we need to do to make sure that you didn't try to kill any of us? She asked and I thought on her words for a moment or two before answering. If you were to come back with me to Volterra, I could train you how to live a life that would be in accordance with our laws. You would have no obligation to stay or join our ranks, but if you chose to, you would be welcomed with open arms. I could teach you how to be controlled, how to fit in better with the world, how to make a positive impact. I replied and she nodded. But what if we couldn't reach your perceived level of control needed? Would you simply dispose of us then? And what if we don't want to be controlled? What if we desire to be what we truly were destined to be? Talon all but growled out and I shrugged. If you were not able to live a life without bringing attention to what you were or sought to kill humans blindly, then you would force my hand and I would have to exterminate you. I cannot have you all running throughout the world, wreaking havoc. I know that it goes against your nature to try and rein it in, but I assure you, if you can find a way to channel your abilities into a positive outlet, you can do a lot of good with your existence, but what you ultimately choose to do with your abilities is your choice and yours alone. I answered. There you have it. You can choose to join her side, and by doing so, you will have to conform to what she thinks is best for you. How can anyone know what is better for you than yourself? I offer you all a chance to live free from their authority, allowing you to be truly free. All we have to do is dispose of her and then the Volturi. We are so close to liberation, can't you taste it? Maria spoke as she addressed the army and I shook my head. Please, don't fall for her lies. You all are just pawns in her game. She will use you to help further her own agenda, but eventually, once your newborn strength and speed have diminished in time, she will dispose of you and create another to fill the spot. You all are dispensable to her. I argued, causing some of the newborns to be conflicted once more. Don't listen to her. The only pawns that exist are those who follow the Volturi, herself included. She is too lost in the grasp of the Volturi to see just how strongly they have sunk their hooks into her. She will say and do anything to make you follow that same tragic fate as her. Killing her is the only way she will be able to be free from their control, death being the only form of liberation. She insisted, and I felt her words strike against one of my nerves so strongly that I found that I was not able to refrain myself from commenting back. Don't you dare think for one moment that you can simply kill me. I am not a pawn, I am the queen, arguably the most important piece on the chessboard, and I will do anything to protect the king, which in this case is the future generations of humans, from falling at your hands and being subjected to your twisted ideals. I snarled, causing her to grin as the newborns responded to my brief display of aggression. Wait, how do you know that she will eventually dispose of us? Violet asked, and I snuck the tip of my tongue out to moisten my lips. Because my mate once served as her second in command. She turned him back when her sights were only set on re-establishing her prior coven and territory that was lost at the hand of a rival coven. He escaped her control and found a new life with the very coven that I am currently protecting under the order of the Volturi. He told me what his experience was like. You have to trust me on this, you don't want to stick around. It won't end well, and none of you will ever get to see what this false sense of freedom actually looks like. You will die at her hand before you ever have a chance to. You'll answer to her, follow her commands. The only person who will be free will be her, at your very expense. I replied and watched the way Maria's eyes darkened as she finally locked her eyes onto the shimmering sapphire located on my ring finger. Jasper is mine, and mine alone. I brought him into this world and he is forever in my debt. I know him better than you can ever dream of. He will return to my side, no matter what claim you think you have on him. Don't you dare to think otherwise. She snarled, and my eyes instantly darkened at the thought of my mate being taken from me. I will see you in hell before you ever have him under your sick and twisted control again. I replied, my eyes shifting to the side as the wolves began to advance. I took a few steps backwards as my eyes watched their movements guardedly. I needed to buy just a few more seconds. I wanted more time to try and sway the newborns, but that was no longer an option. She was done talking and I could not put up any further resistance. As I put more defensive space between the wolves, the newborns, and Maria herself, I allowed my shield to drop just slightly as I made the decision that the fight was indeed necessary, knowing full well that Alice had time to see what was about to occur, or at least hoped. There was no way of telling if I was far enough from the shifters for her to receive a concrete vision, but I hoped that there was enough distance from them for her to see at least pieces of it. If you are offering up your life, then I will have to take it. Maria replied before shooting her hand out in my direction. This is it. Now is the time to choose. Choose to fight and be free of the threat of control that comes with her very existence, or die. Your fate and future are in your hands. Do not forget your training. She ordered, and I took in one last breath before looking deep into her eyes, silently begging one last time for her to reconsider her next statement. Destroy her. Exhaling an unneeded breath, I quickly turned on my heel and began racing back towards the predetermined meeting place at the Cullen's old baseball field, moving as quickly as possible to avoid the grasp of the newborns and the jaws of the shifters who were both on my tail. I could feel the hot breath of the shifters on my heels and gritted my teeth. I was fighting my very innate nature not to turn around and engage in battle, especially when faced against my natural enemy. However, I knew more than ever, I needed to stick to the predetermined course of action. As it was, my body was still not fully recovered from my mental assault from Nero, resulting in my reactions still being rather sluggish to my commands. I let out a hiss as I felt just the tip of a fang against my heel, deciding it was time for a change of pace. My eyes moved from the path in front of me and focused my strength into my feet before launching myself into the nearby trees, knowing I would be safe from the shifters as they could not reach me, allowing me to only need to worry about the newborns. My change of path allowed me to reach the hidden shortcuts of the trees, and allowed me to quickly get ahead of them all. Wood splintered from underneath my feet as I launched myself forward, hurtling myself from branch to branch, my eyes hardening with every step I took. My mind still was busy working through the information I had learned while talking to the newborn army and Maria alike. There had to be a better way to see this through than by simply exterminating them. Truth be told, it was nothing but a waste to have any vampires fall at my hands. While it would not be easy to train these vampires so young, they still had a reserve of untapped potential that I knew I could bring about with the proper guidance and training. I could teach them and show them so much. I could help them realize that they were not the simple monsters that they had believed that they were. By killing them, I was truly no better than Maria was. However, they had to be receptive. If they did not desire assistance or the ability to be taught, they would never truly be receptive of the knowledge I could provide. I continued musing these thoughts in my mind before seeing the clearing come to view and thrust myself from the tree and landed on my left knee, my right hand hitting the ground with such force that a small crater was formed. I lifted my head quickly, causing my hood to fly back and raised my eyes to the Cullens, Anita, Gunnar and Chelsea who were standing in defensive states, their eyes locked onto me with anticipation. I had only a matter of minutes before the army would be with us all and I needed those moments to help steel my resolve. No matter what I desired this outcome to be, I knew that logically I would have to do anything and everything to keep this battle contained to this area, and if that meant I had to kill the newborns, then so be it. "Bella, are you all right?" Esme asked, and I nodded as I stood before casting a wary glance behind my shoulder, my ears twitching slightly at the sound of the quickly approaching footsteps. "Place the signal to Jake and the others, it's time." I breathed and Emmett nodded before he let out a low whistle, causing me to roll my eyes. Of course, the agreed-upon signal would be a way that a human would summon their pet dog. How incredibly ironic. My sharp eyes shot to the left as I looked at Jasper, who was very clearly focused on the issue at hand. He stole a sideways glance at me with a slightly raised eyebrow. "This is our last chance to regroup any last wayward thoughts before they arrive," he said briskly as he anxiously shifted on his feet, clearly quite ready to get down to business. I thought back to my conversation with Arrow, Marcus and Keys all those moons ago about how I desired not to drink from humans because I didn't desire to be a monster. It seemed ludicrous to me that my family claimed that they lived the way that they did and fought to uphold the laws of the vampire world, all the while picking and choosing the humans that they would kill to sustain their strength and put their thirst at bay. I had convinced them it was counterproductive and rather hypocritical for them all to say what their goals were when they themselves still killed. We had all made the switch to the blood bags to help be better than we were, become more, and for all intents and purposes, do more to keep humans safe, even if that was from ourselves. I had always held true to the thought I was making a difference by changing the mindset and habits of my family. I had focused my attentions on making sure that the vampires around the world were kept in check from causing issues with the humans. I had thought that was enough. Now though, as my darkening vermilion eyes flickered from the Cullens to where the army would be arriving from in any moment, I realized just how small-minded and selfish I had truly been. Maria had been right. There were terrible types of occurrences happening all around the world every day that I had turned a blind eye to, trying to act within the shadows, and keeping my existence to them as a secret. I had not allowed myself to get involved with things that I did not feel I should, only acting when I felt it was necessary to do so. But I had been passive rather than proactive. Wars, genocides, and senseless killings were all too common in the human world. There were far too many nations with so many hungry people. Even in the most developed and wealthy countries, there are countless homeless scrounging around for dirty needles. Children grew up in abusive homes, while alcoholism and drug abuse ran rampant. Teen suicide and the mental health crises was still a prevalent issue, one that I nearly fell into and suffered as a human after the Cullens had left. After going through my personal healing, I had altered what my focus had been initially after becoming a vampire to be more selfless, wanting to give back to the world and help make sure that no one ever suffered the same fate that I had. I realized now, however, that I could have been doing so much more. I bit down on my bottom lip as my gaze hardened with determination, making a mental note that if I made it through this, I would devote the rest of my life to making a greater and more significant impact. I continued with my internal musings, watching the large dark clouds slowly move into the sky above me and breathed in the promise of rain. Even without Alice's gift of fluid foresight, I knew without a doubt that regardless of the battle and the outcome that lay in front of me, there was one more that I would have to tend to. I would have to settle this and then handle the issue in Volterra. No matter how skilled my family was, there was bound to be some sort of damage that took place that could only be healed in time, and I knew I would have to play a role in such. However, I knew that I could not be in two places at the same time. Jasper would likely have to come with me, and would he be ready to say goodbye to the Cullens for such an extended amount of time? And what if the Cullens themselves needed help in recovering from the battle we were about to experience? Would he be willing to leave knowing that his gift could assist with that process? My thoughts moved deeper, thinking back to the very meeting of Edward and the events that had followed. I thought about the new gateway of fate's paths that had been born and forged from my shattered heart the day I had been abandoned in the woods, the path that led myself to that fateful moment I met Arrow and Chelsea in the woods, the very road that led to this very moment. All of these events had been created by his decision to leave and had caused these new alternative paths to become woven and intertwined to an absolute perfection, creating a new purpose for myself. Alice was always saying how the future could change based on decisions made, and she could not have been more correct. I lifted my gaze to the sky, before closing my eyes as I felt the potential and power that I had not tapped into yet, slowly stirring and coming to life, but was careful to rein it back. I had come to realize that this very moment was the reason for everything happening the way that it had, and there was some hidden purpose that fate had for it all. I just hoped that finding out what that was would not bear a cost more than I was willing to pay. I let out a breath that I had not realized that I was holding before meeting Jasper's patiently waiting gaze. I want everyone besides Jasper to focus your efforts on the newborns, which is what I will focus on as well. I will allow my shield to drop just enough so that Alice may be able to see their decisions made, even if they are subconscious, which will hopefully help in her battle effectiveness and to allow Edward to read their minds. I don't know if she will be able to see anything with the shifters so close, but it can't hurt to try. Let Jake and the others handle the other shifters. This is their fight after all, and I think they both have a lot to communicate between blows. As for the leader, I paused as I let out a sigh. Jasper, I will allow you to have the first stab at handling it. She is your sire after all. If you are unable, then I will assist, but I think this is something that you need to have an opportunity at handling, for yourself and your peace of mind. I finished, causing Alice to let out a low protective hiss. Maria is behind this all? She asked, and I nodded, causing her eyes to darken. I knew it was a sore subject for her. Jasper had been her mate at one point after all, and she knew how the time with Maria had tortured Jasper, as she had helped him to get through it all while he was still at the beginning of his healing phase. She had seen him at his rawest, still fresh with mental and emotional wounds that had come from it. It would make sense that she was not exactly keen on the idea of them having a reunion, a feeling that her and I shared. Jasper nodded and walked forward and took my hands into his own. I closed my eyes and bathed in the comfort of being so close to my mate. I let the comforting smell of him waft over my face and bury themselves deep into my senses. Hesitantly, I licked my lips before opening my eyes and granted him a reassuring smile. You and I had the same exact thoughts on the matter. I'm glad we agree, he smiled before taking in a deep breath. Bella. No matter what happens here and now, loving you has been the most rewarding and fulfilling adventure that I have ever had the privilege in partaking in. Thank you for granting me this small piece of paradise. He purred out before angling his face and locking lips with my own, pushing as much love and affection as possible into the kiss, clearly very much aware that it could be the very last one we would share. Jasper and I pulled back from each other as we heard a large group of footsteps swiftly advancing towards us from the opposite direction of the shifters. I flickered my eyes to the side and put a defensive arm out in front of Jasper as he stepped forward just a couple of steps, his focus on what could possibly be an incoming threat, my other hand lifting the hood back over my head. Much to my surprise and relief, I found myself staring at the determined eyes of the entire Denali clan and Francisca, standing before us all with her custom smile. "What are you all doing here?" I asked as I looked over at her and the other coven in shock. It was apparent that they had made a snap decision to join as there had not been any warning, but how on earth could they possibly know of the events that would have been taking place? Chelsea had been with me for quite some time, so there was no way that the Denali coven should have known of this occurring. Sulpicia called ahead to myself a couple of days ago, informing me of the recent events. She told me that they could not spare any of the guard in case some of the newborns split and came their way, but wanted to offer some sort of help and asked that I speak with the Denalis and see if they would be willing to offer their services further, which they agreed to out of a sense of duty. Truthfully, I was hopeful that it would have never needed to come to this point. Surely you understand how insane this is. The odds are not in our favor, Francisca said softly, causing me to huff in annoyance. If this is your attempt to stop us all from going forward with the directives, I will warn you now not to proceed. We all have weighed our options and know that this is necessary. We are going to stick to the course, and that is final. We will not let anyone or anything stand in our way. I snapped slightly, my tone laced with a hint of frustration. Are you so eager to die that you cannot wait just a few more moments to hear this out? Laurent argued back, his eyes squinting to match his sharp tone. You have it all wrong. I am not eager to die as you call it, but rather eager to matter. To finally make a difference. Eager to end these heinous acts and preserve the world as we all know it to be. I sighed back and crossed my arms, reluctantly nodding my head at Francisca, giving my silent permission for her to continue. I will wrap this up. I know that time truly is of the essence. I know that the forces are drawing close. She paused as she took in a deep breath. Bella, you came into my world the moment that you became part of the Volturi and since, have caused me to realize that there is more to this existence than just creating fashion masterpieces. I know that there is no way around this. We are only here to offer support and aid. You need all the help you can get to ensure victory. I just don't want to see you hurt. I think you have endured enough for more than one lifetime. She smiled and I nodded in thankfulness, suddenly feeling much more at ease. There was no way of knowing just how everything would turn out. Part of me was happy to see them, but at the same time, the weight of knowing more lives were in the palms of my hands made my stomach drop slightly. While relieved to know we had additional support, I needed to make sure that they understood the full weight of their decision to participate. We were just reviewing the linguistics, but perhaps we ought to make some adjustments. The end goal is the same though. We simply need to address the newborns and the shifters who have joined their ranks. I will be focusing on the newborns along with everyone else here, and Jasper is going to focus on the leader, Maria. I replied after a few seconds before pausing to meet each of their stares, seeking confirmation that they understood. I don't know how this will turn out. There is very much a threat of danger involved with this battle. There are no guarantees that any of us will make it out alive. Some of these newborns have gifts, I am sure, but we do not know what they are at present. I will do all I can to lead us to victory, but I cannot control all the variables. I trust that you all know that. We do. However, we know that we could not sit back and not do anything. If Maria and her army wins, it will only be a matter of time before her war spills to the front door of our home. We will lose everything in the world that we hold dear, which is something that cannot happen. We understand the risks, but this is very much so worth fighting for. Tanya said with a light smile. Then, thank you. You have no idea how much this is all appreciated. I smiled as I walked over and shook her hand, causing her coven to bow their heads, indicating that they were all ready to take my lead. I was positive that this step was exactly what was needed to secure a future alliance with this coven, the same that we had with the Cullens. Maybe there was indeed something positive that was coming from this all. I finally dropped Tanya's hands and moved to the front and center of the battlefield, while the others moved into a V-shaped formation, flanking out at an angle from either side of me. The harsh smell of wet dog met my nose and I sensed the pack had arrived and was standing at the back, their low growls so deep that I could feel the ground shaking slightly against my feet. It was time. I watched with unblinking eyes as the army skidded to a stop in front of us, with Maria in the front. The newborns raised their lips and let out warning snarls and hisses, the shimmer of their venom leaking down the corners of their lips and down their chins and onto the ground below. My gaze turned away from the newborns to Maria, who slid off the back of Paul, her ruby lips moving upwards into a menacing smirk as she crossed his arms against her chest. Well, look at what we have here. It's the notorious Olympic and Denali coven, along with the bastard children of the Impavidia Inquisitor, Chelsea of the Volturi, Francisca, and the Shifters of Forks. What an honor to see you all here waiting for us. She grinned as she watched my fists clench together. Believe me when I say that the feeling is definitely not mutual. Jasper growled out as he was clearly overwhelmed with the feeling of anger, spite and malicious intent of those around us. I shot him a concerned glance, and offered more of my shield to him in an attempt to dull out the emotions of those around us. He granted me a thankful smile and I watched as the slight hint of pain left his orbs, focusing his gaze once more. I was hoping that we would find our reunion one day, my dearest Jasper, though I did not think that it would have happened in this light. I must admit that I had my doubt that any of the covens or the shifters would join the Impavidia Inquisitor in the fight, knowing that she and she alone is the only one we want. Seems rather senseless for them to risk their lives for her. She sneered as she took a couple of steps forward so that she was standing in front of the newborns. She is our family and one of our own. Any matter that involves her automatically becomes our business. Esme growled out as her eyes darkened, causing my eyes to shoot to hers as I was not accustomed to her using such a tone. I suppose it shouldn't have come as a shock though, not given the strength of her maternal bonds with myself. Still, such a shame for your lives to be forfeit. I'll tell you what. I'll give you one chance and one chance only. Hand over the Impavidia Inquisitor to us and I will allow you to flee. She offered, causing Alice and Anita to snarl out in protest. Hell will freeze over before I would ever hand over my best friend and coven sister to the likes of you. You want her so bad, try to come and get her. I dare you. Chelsea snapped as she clearly forced herself not to lunge, her feet digging into the ground and her hands curling up into fists. What a shame. Well, if you are offering your lives, I will allow these newborns and shifters alike to take them. She shrugged almost indifferently, causing Jasper's eyes to harden. How on earth did you manage to create such an army of such caliber without assistance or anyone's knowledge? He asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. While I found myself originally in a pickle without your talents to help subdue them, I found Nero, who possessed an ability to help sway them long enough for me to persuade them to see reason and the purpose for their creation. We were located on such a remote island that no one ever thought to look for us there, and the newborns fed on civilians who lived in Russia, a country so plagued with deaths from the hand of their vicious tyrannical dictator, that no one ever thought twice about the death toll occurring there, as it is quite normal for people to go missing. I then just had to be careful of which children were selected as to not present any trends for a certain area. She grinned and I felt a growl rise up in my throat. It was true. I never would have batted my eye to see a rise of sudden deaths happening in this specific country, as it was a norm. You bitch. You will pay for what you have done to these once innocent children. They did not deserve to be turned. You had no right at all to take away their free will. Rosalie snarled, her body trembling with an unknown and new level of anger. Trust me when I say that I did not take away any of their free will. Actually, I provided them with the first taste of freedom they had ever experienced, free from their social constructs that kept them in less than favorable situations. You were just too narrow-sighted to see that, she replied back, causing Rosalie to snarl in response. And what is the purpose of this all? You ought to know that in time, you will be overthrown. That is the unfortunate end that anyone who is as power-hungry as you will face. Knowing that risk, there must be an incredibly strong reason for you to continue with this plan knowing this all. Carlyle finally spoke, causing her to move her eyes to meet his own. My, you have truly become insightful. I expected nothing less from the ever-rational doctor. The answer to that is simple. You are right. At first, my goal was simply to take down the Impavidia Inquisitor, knowing that without her, the Volturi would have been weakened and not been in the right mindset to participate in missions for quite some time, which would have given me the window of time to do what I desired. However, as time went on, I realized that I had set my sights too low. Once we win this fight, your deaths will simply be a consolation prize. With the shifters now on my side, I will not have to worry about their backlash when I take over this town. There are plenty of young shifters whose gene has not awakened yet. I will wait until some of these children grow and phase. I will rebuild a tribe under the ideals that should have always been in place. There will not be some ridiculous treaty, forcing them to stay on their land, and us on ours. We will work together, train and learn, and eventually we will spread out, killing every single vampire and human in existence who decides not to join our ranks and fall under my rule, starting with you all and the Volturi. The world will be ours and I will never have to worry about my coven being stolen from me again. No one would dare cross us and the wars will be no more. She explained as she began to pace up and down the front line, my eyes watching her movements closely. Maria, Jasper paused and waited for her to meet his gaze. I understand what you are saying. I understand the pain that you endured from losing your coven and your mate. Truth be told, I would have gladly died if that meant others would not have to suffer the way you have. But how you plan on going about it is wrong. He tried to reason but she shook her head. You understand nothing. This is the only hope and chance I have left and I will fight until the end of time to make sure that this dream comes true, no matter the cost. She argued back. Maria, if you follow this route, everything will become unbalanced. Everything that you are planning to bring about will be based on your control and not of anyone's desire. Don't you see, there does not need to be an unwarranted extermination of either kind here. I'm not saying that it will be easy, but I think your visions of peace can come true. I truly do believe that we can unite our worlds. Will it be easy? Of course not. Will it take time to unlearn our past prejudices against one another before we will be able to look at each other in a different light? Of course. But this path, this route, this bloodshed, all of it is completely senseless. We do not have to do this. There is another way. Please, allow me to prove you wrong before you go down a path that I cannot get you back from. He spoke once more. I'm afraid too much has already happened that we cannot come back from. This is the path I have chosen and I refuse to be swayed by your empty promises disguised as nothing but false hope. I refuse to let you get inside my head like that. You had the opportunity to stand with me many years ago but left. While it pains me to say this after all those nights of passion we shared, if you will not agree to be on our side, that means that you are an enemy and a threat to the new world I am going to create. We will end you here. She argued back and he lowered his head in defeat, knowing his words would never reach her. Sam would like to speak with Jacob and cannot do that as they normally would as the mental link between them all has been severed. He would like the opportunity to phase back momentarily. Edward spoke and Maria cast her glance at Sam who looked at him with curious eyes, but nodded. Very well, I will permit it. She nodded and Sam walked behind a tree and phased back, walking out as he rebuttoned his shorts, and Jake did the same, walking to stand a couple of steps in front of me. Be mindful of your emotions, Jake. I breathed out a warning as my hand brushed against his ribs, causing him to nod in my direction curtly. What do you want, Sam? He asked with a gruff voice. I just wanted a moment to talk things out with you before going down this road. Surely you can see how outnumbered you all are. I understand that you are the rightful alpha, which is a position I can allow you to maintain if you were to sway and join my side. Sam replied with a calm tone. I will never choose the side that goes against what I know is right, Sam. The side you are on is going to cause mass harm to everyone in Forks and everyone else in the world. I cannot allow such things to happen. He replied with a harsh glare. How is siding with the Volturi any better than the team I am on? Sam inquired with a raised eyebrow. Because the Volturi allow us to live our lives with a sense of free will. They do not get involved in our affairs and allow us to carry on as we always have. They offer us guidance and a mold to conform to laws, which provides a sense of security. Following Maria here would be the same as giving up democracy to follow a dictatorship, and that type of control is not something that I desire to live under. Jake replied as he rolled his shoulders in an attempt to relieve his muscles that were quivering, trying to force a phase as there were so many enemies surrounding him. Vampire laws should not have a place with the shifters, period. Sam growled and Jake rolled his eyes. And what exactly do you think you will be under if Maria wins? You will be subject to her laws, Sam. No one is ever free of such things. She will not grant you immunity to her rule, for if she did, she could potentially be losing control over you and the rest of the pack to dispatch to kill those who do not want to comply to her new ideals. Jake argued, causing Sam's eyes to widen slightly. You are wrong. She promised otherwise. By joining her, we can finally be equals, and perhaps the gene that causes the forced phasing will not awaken, as we would not be responding to a promise of a threat. Sam retorted, and Jake shrugged. If that is a gamble that you are willing to take, then so be it. We already know what lies with the path of the Volturi, as they have been the governing force for centuries. This new way with Maria is foreign, and there is no way to truly gauge how it all will unfold until it happens. It's your call, Sam. None of us want to have our brothers as our enemy, but if that is what you choose to be, then you will tie my hands. I have to do what I feel is best for the pack, for the tribe as a whole, and this town. He replied, and Sam nodded after a few moments. Spoken like a true alpha. He replied, and Jake shrugged. Even if I had other wishes going into this fight, I would have been swayed due to recent events. He replied. And what might those be? Sam questioned, causing Jake to reach up to ruffle his short ebony hair before looking over his shoulder to look at Seth, who grunted and nodded his head, and then to Alice, who sheepishly also nodded. Seth found his imprint with Alice, and because of that, I could never act in a way to harm his imprint. It is our utmost sacred law after all, he stated, and Sam's eyes widened. That's impossible. Shifters cannot imprint on a vampire. He argued. Well, it happened. We all feel it and know it to be true. I don't know the reason behind it all, but that doesn't alter the validity of it. Jake replied, and Sam looked over his shoulder at Paul, Brady and Cullen before looking back at Jake. All of you, come with me. Jake is right. We cannot move to attack another shifter's imprint even if we don't agree with their point of view. Our only option is to help defend the imprint, which means that we must switch our alliance. He said with a gruff tone, causing Maria to hiss in annoyance. You insolent mutt. How dare you betray me after all that I have done for you? She hissed, as the shifters followed the command of their current leader and moved to stand with myself once more. You have my apologies, but knowing that there is an imprint on the other side forces my hand. I can disagree with a lot of the points that Jake has, and I am not saying that we will rejoin the pack, but I will withhold our laws no matter what. He replied before he shifted along with Jake, who moved to stand with the others in the back. It's no matter. I will simply wait until some of the youth in the tribe shift, and then we'll go from there. I will have the power of the shifters on my side no matter what. Now, if there are no further acts of cowardice that needs to take place, I say we finally settle this for once and for all. Maria growled. Maria, Laurent said suddenly, and I looked over at him with sharp eyes, watching the way he distanced himself from his coven and his mate, who was trying in vain to reach out to grab his hand. Yes, she asked with a raised eyebrow as she looked him over. I do not see a reason for me to participate in this insanity. My mate and I will be leaving. I ask that you keep that in mind once you secure your victory. He stated, and I watched the way Irina's eyes widened. Laurent, we cannot just leave. My family, our coven needs us here. She cried out, and he turned his head to meet her conflicted gaze. Mon amour, don't you see that we must do this to secure our survival? If we stay and continue participating with this hopeless folly, then we will surely meet our end here. There is no one who has ever been able to defeat one of Maria's armies. While it would be unfortunate for your family not to be able to see this, we have to do what is best for ourselves. He urged. Laurent, you slimy, despicable vermin. I knew that we would not be able to count on you when it mattered the most. Kate hissed. I hardly see how choosing self-preservation for myself and my mate makes me despicable. I am merely an ambitious man who was drawn to those with power, opportunistic enough to ally myself with them until it was no longer beneficial to do so, and smart enough to know when I should flee for my life. Your coven is choosing to follow a course of action that is going to lead to the extinction of us all. He replied back in a relative calm tone, and I shook my head. Why does this not surprise me? You abandoned James and Victoria all those years ago. Why would you choose to align yourself with any coven? The only thing you know how to do is be selfish and weak. I spoke, causing him to cast a glare in my direction. And what would you know of my time with that coven? He sneered and I shrugged as I reached up and lowered my hood, his eyes widening in shock. "Oh, I think I have my ways," I replied, my lips curling up into a sneer. How on earth is this possible? You were supposed to be dead. Victoria went to the Volturi with the knowledge of your existence. He asked with disbelief as his eyes blinked rapidly, clearly not able to trust what he was seeing. Victoria did indeed go to the Volturi and informed them of my existence after the shifters prevented her from getting to me. However, when Arrow and Chelsea found me in the woods, Arrow discovered my hidden potential and offered me a chance to join them rather than be killed. I chose the latter. They then took me in and changed me when they saw fit. I replied and his eyes darkened. You were the reason why my coven was killed. He growled and I shook my head. You are incorrect. James chose on his own accord to come for me when I was a human, knowing that I was going to be protected by an entire coven. Victoria then knew what she was doing when she made enemies of the shifters. They are dead because of their own choices and the consequences that followed. I replied, wait, this was the human that you told us about all those years ago after you found your way to our coven? Irina asked and he curtly nodded. Regrettably so. He sighed and I turned my gaze to meet her own. I was planning on revealing that once the mission was over when I had a chance to thank you all properly for your assistance. I just couldn't do so until I knew it was safe. However, it doesn't truly matter now if you know or not. I replied and watched the way she nodded. I am sorry to know that you lost your humanity and became one of us after all. I had hoped that the Cullens would have been able to keep this from happening. If you had never ran into his past coven, none of this would have happened. James would still be alive and with Victoria, and you never would have become her target. She sighed and my head tilted to the side as I took in her words. You do not need to apologize. I am thankful that things happened the way that they had, I said without skipping a beat, causing her eyes to widen as she looked at me with curiosity. You truly do not hold any resentment? She inquired and I shook my head. While it is true that I wish things had gone more smoothly and there were fewer casualties of people's emotions along the way, I am happy that things turned out the way they did. If they didn't, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet Arrow, Chelsea, or any of the Volturi for that matter. I wouldn't have had the access to the education that I did and wouldn't have become who I am today. Besides, you do not need to apologize for something that is not your fault. You played no role in any of this, I said in a soothing tone, and she looked at the ground and then slowly lifted it to meet Laurent's gaze. Enough of this. Come now, we must go. We do not want to keep Maria waiting, he said and offered his hand to her. Laurent, I would have gladly gone anywhere that you went, even if that meant running until the ends of time, if it was what you asked of me. I care for you deeply. More than I have ever cared about anyone or anything, myself included. She began but was silenced as he cut in. Then why are you choosing now of all times to hesitate? He asked with a slight urgency in his tone. Because what you are asking of me is wrong. At one point, I would have gladly done anything and everything for you, even going as far as sacrificing myself if it meant you would be able to carry on. I have lived alone without a mate for hundreds of years. For that type of love, the love that comes with finding a mate, I would have given anything to experience it. But I will not turn my back on my family when they need me here, and I will not leave knowing that these events have played out the way that they have due to your past interactions with her as a human. Forgive me, but the path that you are heading down is one that I cannot follow. If you choose to leave, you will leave alone, she said, causing Tanya and Kate to place comforting arms around her lower back as her eyes filled with venom. So be it. If you should live, feel free to seek me out. He sighed and she shook her head. I could never be with you again knowing of your full intentions and betrayal that you have displayed. Goodbye, Laurent. May you be happy in the path that you have chosen, she said softly, and he sighed and shook his head. First, you acted in a way that led to the downfall of my coven. Now you have caused my mate to turn her back on me. He growled as he glared at me. Once again, I have done nothing. All of these events are a direct outcome of the decisions made. It would do you well to remember that. I do not care to be blamed for things that I have not caused, I replied with a clipped tone. You are a parasite, one that takes away from those around you without having a single care on how it impacts those around you. Everyone behind you is risking their lives because of you and your decisions. If they die, it will be on your hands. He snarled. You are wrong again, Laurent. We are here because this is what we feel is best. You may have your beliefs on the morality of this situation, but so do we. We are here because we want to be. We know of the risks but feel as if they are worth the cause. Carmen replied as Eliezer placed a gentle kiss to the top of her head, pride shining off of his orbs at her words. If you are not stopped, you will continue at nothing until your selfish desires are satisfied. I no longer desire to be the victim at your hands. He sneered before walking over to Maria. I'd like to offer my services. Laurent. No, don't do this. Irina practically screamed but onto deaf ears. I have lost everything 3 times now because of her. I will not let that happen again. He sighed and moved after Maria nodded with a grin, standing next to one of the newborns. This was not an event that I had seen unfolding. I knew based on my time with the Denalis that there were reasons why he had not been privy to know the truth of their involvement with the Volturi, but I had not expected him to betray his mate to this degree. I began to wonder if she was ever truly his true mate, or if she was nothing more to him than an opportunity needed to secure his place with a coven so that he wouldn't have to resort to being a nomad once more, preying on her desires to be loved. I sighed, suddenly feeling somewhat responsible for another broken heart, once more. I knew that if they wouldn't have come, none of this would have happened and Irina wouldn't be in the pain she currently was in. I am sorry, Irina. I never intended for something like this to happen. You don't deserve to be dealing with this type of betrayal or pain on my behalf. I breathed as I stole a glance in her direction. Please, don't be. I was too blinded by desperation to find a mate to see the writing on the wall. I should have listened to my coven and sisters before this went this far. They tried everything in their power to help sway me to reason, but I was too lost in the pursuit of love to listen. He has made his decision and has to live with it, and now, so must I. She replied, granting me a small smile before focusing her attention back at the matter at hand. I had to give it to her. She was handling this emotional whiplash better than most. She was stronger than anyone had ever given her credit for, I was sure. Now that everything has been settled, shall we begin? Maria grinned and I nodded, after stepping a few steps forward. Bring it, _. The smell of gasoline and burning corpses filled the tense air as the Cullens and Denalis valiantly fought against the newborns, but in vain. They had not been expecting to be facing off against newborns with their own gifts, and I found myself cursing our terrible misfortune. The Cullens and Denalis were strong, but the newborns presented a unique challenge. They were indeed quicker, fiercer, and the worst of all, acted without any fear of death. I skidded to a stop as my eyes remained locked onto Talon, both of us fighting for unneeded breath. He was indeed the strongest of the newborns present and had the ability of what appeared to be some sort of accelerated perception, which meant that he was indeed proving to be an even match for even my enhanced senses and speed. He was seemingly able to process what my movements would be as I made them, which in turn caused him to be able to react much faster than any vampire I had ever known. I flinched as I heard Rosalie's hiss of pain as she took a rather sharp blow from a newborn before Emmett could intercede, and I watched as the spiderweb-like cracks spread out against the right side of her face. The sound of shattering porcelain brought my eyes momentarily to my left, where Alice had sunk her fangs into the neck of a newborn, effectively removing his head from his body, his corpse thrown haphazardly into a fire burning nearby by Seth. She met my gaze, her obsidian eyes locking for just a moment with mine, concern reflecting clear as day. I knew that we were in above our heads without a doubt, and while I had known that it was not my fault that this was happening, I could not help the rising sense of guilt that came about from knowing everyone was involved due to their bonds with me. I quickly turned my attention back to Talon, who was presently glaring up at me with nothing but hatred in his eyes. Is this truly the best you can do? I'm just getting warmed up. He sneered and I let out my own hiss as I clenched my fists tightly together. I found that I couldn't respond even if I had wanted to. My mind was currently reeling with emotions of not just my own but of those around me, causing me to fall down to one knee. I had done everything up to this point that I could to prevent another war from occurring, ending the threats as they presented themselves before they could even begin, but here I was participating in the very event that I had sworn I would have prevented at all costs and had drug others besides myself into it. I had learned from Marcus through my lessons about the past wars that had taken place and the devastation that they had caused. This one was going to be no different. Overcome with these phantom reminiscences of ancient history, I only was beginning to realize just how deep these scars would be on my heart. I had felt each of the newborns' fleeting and temporary sense of regret the moment before I had exterminated them, before their feelings returned to pure and adulterated rage. Their feelings had caused me to become sick, knowing that there was no way around what I had done. The ones who had fallen simply couldn't be reached and were beyond a capability to reason, but that did little to silence my conscience. I now understood why my father and uncles did not care to discuss their involvements with past wars. It was something that brought lingering emotions to the surface, causing them to relive the pain they had endured. I now could relate more than I ever had before, as I could feel the emotions of those I had to kill, and without resorting to the beast, my humanity was battling against what I knew I had to do. This battle and the scars of the memories would likely be something that would haunt me for the rest of my existence. My dark eyes roamed around the carnage around the area, my dead heart sinking further into the pit of my stomach as I watched the true casualties of this war, the children, fall one by the hands of my own alliances, forced to fight against their own kind. As my senses still remained attuned to Talon expecting an attack, I finally allowed my eyes to fully take in the battlefield. I knew I needed to end this, and needed to do so now. My family was suffering along with the newborns, and I realized that I could not keep subjecting them all to this pain by allowing this to continue. As it stood, all of the Cullens were injured to varying extents. It was true that they would heal, but they all would possess various scars, a permanent reminder of what occurred. They did not deserve to be dealing with this pain or discord, not when they themselves did everything they could to live a relative peaceful life. My eyes roamed to where Jasper and Maria were currently dancing with each other, exchanging blows and blocks with captivating but horrific grace. I saw the look on pain etched on his face, and I knew that I was not able to exert enough of my shield to prevent her from toying with his emotions, while also actively participating in my own fight. She was causing him to second-guess his actions, forcing him to feel the pain she was in. It was taking a toll, making his movements less fluid than they should have been given his abilities. I groaned audibly, knowing what I had to do, but didn't trust myself enough to do so. I had the strength needed to end this fight without question. I had used this same power many times in the past, and it had never failed me. The issue, however, as I had come to realize, was that I did not know how to summon the power I felt just beneath my skin, the power I knew I needed to sway the newborns, without also giving in fully to the beast. I could sway the newborns to reason by showing that I had the upper hand of the situation, which would cause them to switch alliance. Such was their nature. They would sway their alliance to the most powerful vampire in the area to ensure their survival. However, by giving in, I knew I would lose all control, and that was not something I could risk, but it was the only way I could think of to put an end to it all. My contemplation was cut off as I sensed the incoming threat from Talon and launched myself off of the ground, twisting in the air and narrowly avoiding what could have been a lethal crack to my neck, but had moved just a tad too slow. His dagger-like nails had sliced through the skin of my neck, breaking through a couple layers of skin. My hand automatically came up to my neck, feeling the venom ooze out of the gash momentarily before closing on its own accord. I heard Jasper call out my name in terror from across the battlefield and moved my venom-laden fingers down my neck and back to my side as my eyes snapped to meet his own. I was going to confirm that I was okay when suddenly my world began to crumble before my eyes. Adjacent to him, I saw a newborn exert fire from his fingertips, moving to advance towards Violet, who had not yet joined in the battle and was sitting on the ground, her back resting against a tree and her hands covering her face. "If you aren't going to stand with us, then you are a traitor and deserve to meet your end," he growled as he jumped high into the air, and my eyes widened. She was going to die and was likely powerless to stop it. Perhaps this is what she desired. It would be a quick and painless death, likely not what would have happened after Maria got her hands on her for not following commands. But I could not allow this to happen. There was something there, something that she possessed that willed me to protect her, and I would not allow her to die. Not like this, not after everything she had already gone through. She deserved so much more than this. She deserved a happy ending to her story. "Violet," I called out, making a quick decision to abandon my fight with Talon, and pushed myself forward, my eyes widening with fright as I cut through the newborns who had moved themselves to block my path. She turned her head in my general direction, her eyes filled with curiosity before looking up to see the newborn midair, mere inches away from her neck. Her ruby eyes widened in surprise as it was clear that the newborn had made a snap decision while she had been distracted, clearly lost in her internal battle of what she had been ordered to do and what she wanted. Her arms came up in a feeble attempt to brace herself out of instinct, but likely knowing that it was useless. The moment his flames touched her skin, it would be all over. I watched in horror as time seemed to move in slow motion. No matter how fast I was moving, there was simply not enough time. He had been too close to her. I watched as Esme appeared from behind Violet, effectively evading and maneuvering around a horde of newborns, picking Violet up and tossing her away, her body tumbling and skidding across the damp and mossy ground by several feet. She lifted herself up with her hands and her head shot up as her confused gaze locked onto Esme. She provided a motherly smile at her, causing Violet to shake her head and jump to her feet with a neat and controlled flip of her body. Esme then stood still, her eyes locked onto me as I was still rushing as fast as possible in their direction. I felt an uneasy prickle move down my spine as we locked eyes. She was going to sacrifice herself to spare a child who she recognized was not part of the army anymore, one that was merely lost and needed love and direction, the very thing that any parent would do for a child. Something that I simply could not bear to witness. In a last-ditch effort, I launched myself forward and landed with a neat roll in front of Esme as the fiery fist came down and I raised my hand forward, concentrating on my shield. I had only been able to master this specific manifestation of my mental shield a few select times, as it did not come as easily as the others. I only seemed to be able to call it forward in moments of absolute desperation and when I was truly faced with the icy grasp of death. I only hoped and prayed it wouldn't fail me this time. I watched as my shield became visible and created a shimmering barrier from my fingertips just as his fist came in contact with what would have been my face at one time. The moment he came in contact with my physical shield, he was sent flying backwards by several feet and I panted, my left eye closing as I felt the pure strain that it had been put on me to summon its ability. "Are you all right?" I finally gasped out as I looked over at Esme, who was looking at me with wide eyes. "You chose to act in a way to sacrifice yourself to save me," she asked, and I nodded. I couldn't bear the thought of you meeting death after choosing to do something so incredibly selfless as moving to protect Violet. Losing you would be more of a cost than I was willing to pay. No child deserves to lose a parent. I couldn't subject any of your family or your mate to that type of pain for eternity. Besides, I love you and I am not quite ready to go through an existence without you. I admitted and felt myself swaying slightly. "Bella, oh, my darling." She breathed and placed steadying hands on my shoulders, her eyes raking over me with great concern. "It's all right. I just need a moment or two to recover. That particular gift takes a lot out of me." I sighed as I felt a vibration in my ear. I stood back to my feet rather shakily and tapped the earpiece, knowing that it was a call coming from Dimitri based on the assigned pattern of the vibration. "This isn't the best of times, Dimitri." I sighed as I looked across the battlefield, my eyes catching Jasper, who was busy engaging with Maria. "I apologize, but this is of the utmost importance." He pressed with a slight tremor in his tone that caught my attention. "What is it?" I inquired and was met with silence for a moment or two. "The kings and queens have fallen. We are looking to you for guidance. You are the next in command. Tell me, how are we to proceed?" he stated eventually, and I instantly registered the pain that was evident in his tone. I felt myself falling deeper and deeper into a dark place that I had never been in before. His words sunk deep into my mind and I felt myself become paralyzed. My parents, my uncles, my aunt, all perished to the hands of the newborns. I would never see any of them again. I had not been there to protect them when they needed me the most, and they had paid the ultimate price. This couldn't be happening. This shouldn't have happened. How on earth had they fallen at the hands of these newborns? Why did this have to happen? So many of these types of questions floated up in my mind, but scattered to different ones before I had time to ponder on one for very long. I felt my body tremble and was overcome with the strongest amount of pain I had ever felt. The pain I had felt as a human when the Cullens had left me paled in comparison to the agony that was flooding through me like my venom. Powerless to stop the emotional strain that was impacting me in ways that I had never known, I felt my body as it stopped responding to my will, my head falling onto my back as I sank down to my knees, and allowed an anguished scream to escape my lips, my excess venom rolling down my cheeks from behind my closed eyelids. My family, my everything, was dead, and with them, so went my ability to find my way out of this shadowy and hopeless place, and for the very first time, I experienced what it truly meant to be lost. Pain was not a sensation that was new to me. Due to my lack of hand-eye coordination and generally uncanny amount of sheer bad luck, I was no stranger to know what it felt like to experience physical pain. As a human, I had experienced practically every infliction from lacerations that required stitches, dislocations, broken bones, and even head trauma. Such had been a norm of my life. Even after becoming a vampire, I still was not immune from feeling pain. My missions often resulted me in experiencing some sort of injury one way or another, and the searing fire that came from a bite and the foreign venom entering my body from another of my kind was something that I had grown used to over time. Emotional and mental pain, however, was something that I was positive that I would never get used to. I had grown stronger and had an iron fist when it came to controlling my reaction and emotional responses to the things I had seen and all that I had experienced as a byproduct of my various missions. As such, I often no longer was plagued with strong emotions, and in turn, I was in no way, shape or form ready to handle the sheer toll that my current emotions were racking on my body. I recalled with crystal clear precision how I had felt as a human when I had been abandoned in the woods. I remember that feeling of being lost, sinking further and further into the even blackness that had surrounded me, unable to know which way was up, or what direction I could possibly take to get myself out of the place I desperately couldn't handle being in. I had been lost then, unable to find my way back, unable to find myself, no matter how hard I had tried. I remained in that state of disarray for months, though it remained hidden under a false facade, a mask of functionality that I had created for the sake of Charlie. He had threatened to ship me back to my mother, and quite honestly, I knew there was nothing worse for my mental state to go back to that type of lifestyle. I would have shifted my thoughts and attentions to making sure that she was being taken care of, which would have prevented myself from being able to focus on myself. Secretly, I made the decision that if Charlie was not able to handle me, that I would simply move out on my own and get a job. Being alone would have been better than the alternative. Thankfully, it never reached that point. I had been able to fool everyone, perhaps even myself, that I had reached a certain level of healing and was capable of handling the remaining days of my existence. I had been positive that no experience I could endure would even begin to hold a candle to what I had felt in those woods in the weeks that had followed. However, I was wrong. Absolutely nothing could have ever prepared me for this moment and the resulting current emotional toll that I was facing and experiencing. I remember the night that Charlie had passed. I knew it was coming, and likely, he had as well. I could smell and sense his quickly approaching passing as he laid in the comfort of his home, wrapped securely in his bedding. I had thought about changing him on more than one occasion, but I knew that it was not something that he had wanted, and I could not be selfish by going against his wishes to fulfill my own desires. So, I had to do one of the more difficult things I had done to date. I had watched him age on while I remained frozen in time. As I had sat next to him on the corner of the bed in the darkness, I watched him as he took in his last breath, exhaling long and slow as his heart stopped, his face completely at ease. It had been a painless death. I could not have asked for a better way for him to go. He had known that he was not alone and had passed away in the comfort of his own home. Even though I had known it was coming much before it actually came to pass, the strength of my emotions of seeing his lifeless body before me had caused my emotions to become haywire at best. I had thought I had come to acceptance of this and made my peace with it. It was part of the human process after all. There was nothing that I could have done to prevent it from happening. Still, I had found myself lost in turmoil and had returned to Volterra after securing the plans for his funeral, unable to actually attend as I could not risk any of my past classmates and friends seeing me. I had arrived home and without a word, had retired to my chambers, where I had stayed unmoving on my bed for countless days. The grieving period and process that I had endured was beyond my own comprehension. I tried to reason that he was in a better place and was free from his suffering, that he had lived a fulfilled life and had died in the best way possible. However, logic did little to help to reason with the language of my shattered heart. I laid with my eyes closed, reminiscing over my time with him. I knew I shouldn't be upset over the time I had lost, but rather be appreciative of the time that I had been given. However, I couldn't keep thinking that I wasn't ready to say goodbye. There was still so much I had wanted to do, so much I had wanted him to witness, even if he could not know the truth of what I was. I still wanted to come up with reasons to make him proud. I wanted to make up for all the time we had spent away from each other, knowing that there was not enough time in the world to fill in that sea of regret. Regrets were not something that I had allowed myself the luxury of, but that was exactly what I felt when the finality of everything had come crashing down around me. I had lost those years as a child when I had decided to stop going to see him, knowing that I was needed to be with Renee to help keep her in line and couldn't risk being away from her for too long. The mess that was waiting for me when I got home was more than I cared to deal with. Regardless, I had wished that I could have traveled back to the past with the knowledge that I had then and made myself see reason. The truth of the matter was that the mess of Renee would always be there, and I shouldn't have sacrificed my time with him to try and manage things the way that I had. In the long run, it hadn't made an ounce of difference, and all I had managed to do was make a mess out of the one parental relationship I needed more than anything else. I didn't even bother with feeding during my time of grieving. I laid as still as a statue, completely immersed in my memories. It was only when Chelsea had finally ventured in with blood bags and told me that it had been a month that I realized how quickly time had progressed. It certainly had not felt as if that much time had passed. She had apologized for disturbing me, but had made it clear that everyone was worried about me and that Charlie would not have wanted me to have carried out the way that I had. Knowing that she was right, I had reluctantly fed and had emerged from my room, as if nothing had happened, going before the kings, ready to accept my next mission. Just like that, I had gotten back into the swing of things. This time, however, there was no time presently to work on my grieving process. I felt my forehead as it hit the mossy ground, my body almost doubled over as pure pain flooded throughout my senses. I breathed in the earthy scents frantically, trying with all I had to force myself to silence out the thoughts that were racing in my mind and become grounded once more. Somehow, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. There are just simply some wounds that cannot be healed, no matter how much time goes by. I knew that I would never be able to say any of their names again without becoming lost in the pain and the void that their absence would leave within my heart, mind and soul. With Charlie, I had been able to more or less prepare for his passing. This time though, it all had happened so fast and far too soon. Granted, there was not such a thing as the perfect time to say goodbye to the people you love, but surely, there was better times than others. This whole situation had blindsided me like a person involved in a car accident. There was no time to prepare, and immature as it was, I couldn't help but feel just how unfair this was. My parents, my family, did not deserve to have had this happen. There was so much I had still wanted to say, so much I needed to express. I wanted them to see me become the best version of myself that I could become, but all I had done was show them the worst sides of me. I had left home on less than favorable circumstances, and I would never be able to tell Arrow how sorry I was for acting the way that I had or for the things I had said to him. I had left with a large amount of discord hanging in the air between us. He had likely died without knowing how much I had truly loved him, and I would never be able to receive the closure that I desperately was seeking. He would never know how dreadfully he would be missed. He would never know how proud I was to be his daughter. My mother, my beautiful and loving support system, would never know that I had grown to understand the reason why she had wanted to adopt me as her own. She had died not knowing how much I had admired her wisdom and mental strength needed to handle the more behind-the-scene functions of the Volturi. My uncles, Keys and Marcus, they would never know how appreciative I was for all the time they spent with me during my initial sparring training and education sessions. I had whined and complained at the time, overwhelmed by the sheer workload that they had presented. They had always joked that my face was going to freeze if I kept making cranky expressions, but they never realized that those lessons were one of the happiest experiences of my life. I was thankful for the information they provided. I had always enjoyed learning. That was the reason why I had become a pupil of Marcus during my free time in between missions, working to create unique serums and items that could help protect us from outside threats and new advances. Even my time with Keys' wife, Athenadora, while she oversaw my etiquette classes so that I would not be a disgrace to the family during various politically backed parties, had been something that I had not expressed that I enjoyed, but secretly was appreciative of. Who would have enjoyed walking around in heels all the while balancing a book on the top of their head, especially someone like me who had the grace of a drunken chimpanzee? I hated looking like a fool next to one of the most posed vampires in existence. However, looking back, I realized the sheer amount of patience she possessed, and her reassuring words always had prompted me to keep trying, no matter how much of an idiot I felt like. I would never be able to thank her for her time spent with me or how she helped shape me into the person I was today. I'd never have the opportunity to thank any of them. I felt myself roll onto my side, powerless to keep myself upright any further, my knees curling up. With slightly trembling fingertips, I gripped at the handle of my sword that was still securely fastened around my waist. It was the only item I had left that contained a piece of them. The blade itself was infused with all of their venom. Arrow had instructed that Marcus craft it so that I could feel connected to the family, no matter the distance that separated me from them all. He had said that it was his hope that if I lost my way, that I would find strength with the sword, a symbol that they were all throughout my side for this mission. No truer words had ever been spoken as I gripped at the handle tighter. It was all I had left of them except for my memories. My breaths came in short and ragged as I thought of them all, forcing myself to say a silent and premature goodbye. I would have given up anything, even my own life, if I had an opportunity to see them all again, knowing fully well that it was an impossibility. They had gone to a place that I could never bring them back from. My body began to shake uncontrollably as the vice grip of mourning gripped my unbeating heart with an iron hand. This had to be nothing but a nightmare, right? This had been exactly what I needed to make me realize all that I had and had not fully appreciated, what I had thrown away as if it wasn't enough. Their deaths had caused my wake up, and how I desperately wished that they would wake as well. This just wasn't something that I could take. I didn't know what to do without them. What was the point of fighting anymore? I may have been uninjured physically, but Maria's army had inflicted a wound on me, one that no amount of venom could even begin to heal. I was only vaguely aware that the fighting around me had stopped, or that Dimitri was calling out my name repeatedly, begging for me to respond. The newborns stood still and took in the sight around them, along with the Cullens and the Denalis, who were in a state of shock to see this type of reaction from me. I barely registered Jasper's presence as he disengaged from Maria, preparing to run towards me, but was stopped as Anita and Gunnar put their arms around him, who relentlessly screamed out my name, trying in vain to break their strong hold, their concerned eyes locked onto me. "Let me go, I need to get to her," he cried out in desperation as he fought against their strong but loving embrace, as he clearly felt my visible distress. I was too lost to even begin to try and rein in my emotions or be able to cast out my mental shield as it came back to me full force, an act of protection to try and save me from the pain I was in. "I am sorry, but that is something that we can't allow, at least not right now. Bella appears to be out of sorts and she would not want us to allow you near her until we know she is in the right state of mind. We have no idea what caused this, but she is clearly not in control." Gunnar tried to reason and only gripped Jasper's bicep tighter. "What is this?" The newborn who had tried to slay Violet yelled as he looked over at Maria. "You said that these vampires were murderous, selfish and a danger to us, as they were not capable of feeling at all, but this one just acted in a way to save one of us and is quite visibly showing very strong, almost human-like emotions. What else have you misled us about?" I barely heard this interaction as I felt my muscles spasm beneath my skin. My venom immediately began to pool in my mouth and began to drop out of the corners of my mouth and onto the ground below as I forced myself back onto my knees. I could feel the beast inside of me stirring and felt the color slowly begin to drain from my eyes. The all too familiar tightening sensation of my teeth caused me to clench my jaw tighter as my body willed my fangs to drop. Vampires typically did not have fangs, not like how Bram Stoker described in his novel Dracula, but this was exactly what happened when I gave into this particular side of me. Marcus had never been able to figure out what caused it, or the way the whites of my eyes would become covered with even blackness. The physical changes that my body would go through remained a mystery, but it was thought that it was just a way my body adapted to make me that much more of a weapon of destruction. I had been told that I would need to get stronger without resorting to this state and had been urged not to give in, something that I was desperately trying to keep in mind at the moment but was slowly losing the fight. "Who cares? Now is the time. We can end this," Talon hissed, seemingly aware that this was the opening he was looking for, and shot forward and bared his teeth. I watched with emotionless eyes, watching the way he angled his face, aiming to sink his teeth into my unprotected neck, but was halted in his movements as the one newborn gifted with fire manipulation moved forward and created a barrier of resistance in front of me, crouched in a purely defensive state. The newborn that had almost been the reason for Violet's death took a tentative step forward from me, his onyx eyes challenging that of Talon. What a move of pure cowardice. There is no honor in your actions. She wouldn't even be able to put up a decent fight in her current state. I will not let you through to her. The newborn hissed, causing the Cullens to look at him with wide eyes. Talon let out a warning hiss and the other newborn sent out a couple blazes of fire from his fingertips in warning, his gaze hard and challenging. Damien, you are being stupid. This is the perfect opportunity to remove the threat of her existence. Do not let her actions fool you. I will strike down anyone who gets between me and the goal we have been instructed to achieve. Talon seethed as Damien shook his head harder. Your favoritism from Maria coupled by your arrogance of your gift is going straight to your head like always, and I am so sick and tired of being forced to follow your lead. If you think your particular gift is more advanced than mine, please, go ahead and try to get through me if you want to get to her. I don't know what the future holds, but it is clear that Maria has deceived and lied to us. She warped the truth for her own advantage, but my specific role in her game ends here. I am curious as to who this vampire truly is and desire to know if she can provide me a better future than Maria can. I am only sorry to know it took her being reduced to this state for me to see the truth. Damien countered and Talon huffed and paced around, looking at Maria, who was beyond livid to see one of her more prized newborns be free from her grasp. I looked up at him with curious eyes until he finally looked down and granted me a rather apologetic smile. It seems like you are in the middle of dealing with something. Please, handle what you need to. I will ensure your safety. He replied softly before nodding, signaling to the other newborns who had chosen to align themselves with him, the two of them moving to create a line of defense between the other newborns, Maria and my remaining family. I sighed and reeled in my emotions the best I could, though I still felt the dull ache in my chest, knowing full well that it was a feeling that I would likely have for several years. I closed my eyes as I did a deep intake of air, and pushed out my mental shield once more, opening my eyes to look up at the sky. Please, provide me guidance and the strength needed to persevere. Dimitri, what is the status? I finally asked and heard him give a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God, you're back to being receptive. I was just about to give up. He sighed, it's not looking too good. There are still 7 newborns that need to be taken care of, and Jane and Alex's gifts are rendering useless as one of them has a gift similar to your own shield, which they have expanded to the other newborns. He finished swiftly as my eyes moved to meet Chelsea's, who was looking at me with curiosity and well-founded concern. She was aware that if Dimitri had chosen now of all times to reach out to me, it meant trouble at home. Who remains? I eventually asked, causing her eyes to widen. Wait, who has fallen? Is Afton safe? She asked with urgency, and I held a finger up indicating her to wait at her words, not quite ready to admit what I knew to be true. Felix, Afton, Heidi, Jane, Alec and myself. The newborns are threatening to break free from the castle walls and infiltrate the town. I am not sure if we will be able to stop that from occurring. He replied slowly, and I felt as if a lead ball had been dropped on my chest. Afton is safe, Chelsea. I replied, causing her to sigh in relief, but her eyes still remained locked onto mine. How should we proceed? He asked once more, and I sighed, sucking my lower lip in between my front teeth. There was only one way left that I knew we could proceed while ensuring that the humans nearby would not be slain. It was the trump card that the Volturi had in place if we ever faced an attack within the castle and needed to ensure that it was contained, one of my own inventions. There were several explosives ready to be set to go off located deep within the walls, that would cause a blast strong enough that it would destroy the entire castle, but also would kill any vampires inside that did not reach the bunker in time. Inside the bunker, there was special information and documents that could help preserve our history and scientific breakthroughs, along with our financial and legal documents. They were irreplaceable credentials, as the only person who knew of their contents were the kings themselves, something that would cease to exist without the kings. This specific order was a command that could only be executed by the vampire in charge, which was currently me, as the rest of the chain of command had unfortunately already met their end. The blast would be enough to take down the castle, but would not reach the town. The humans in the area would be safe. The reason to explain the cause of the explosion to the humans would be as simple as a buildup of gas from the nearby sewer systems that had been created without their knowledge into our very halls and pathways of our kingdom. There would not be any reason for them to find out the truth of what lay beneath their city the entire time. If I decided on this specific course of action, it would also mean though that everything, all of our other memories except for what was currently in the bunker, would be destroyed. I knew that items could be replaced, but that did little to make any of this easier. I had lost my family and I was about to lose everything else. Pictures, portraits and other material items may be superficial at face value, but they still held rather significant sentimental value. Still, I knew that I could not let my family's sacrifices be done in vain. I knew that if the roles had been reversed, Arrow would have done the same as I was currently toying with, and I had to carry out what I knew was best for everyone, regardless of my emotions or opinions on the matter. This was what was expected of a leader, something that he had taught and reinforced into me throughout the years. A leader, as he often said, required that one must make decisions free from emotional influence. Decisions had to be made that would be in the best interest of everyone involved, which in this case, also concerned the protections of the humans nearby. This line of thought was the same I had fallen back on when I had found out about the newborns of Maria's army being split and some headed to Volterra. I had made the decision to stay in Forks rather than try and head home because I knew I was needed here and needed to make sure that the fight was contained. He had done all he could to prepare me for a moment such as this, and I could not let him down. By doing so would be a massive disrespect to his memory. I sighed as I steeled my decision. There was no other way around it. Dimitri, I am declaring the fall of Olympus. Initiate the defense system. The code is 091387. Go now, there is no time to waste. I said softly, causing Chelsea to cry out in the negative. Understood. It will be done, he replied with heavy sadness before disconnecting the call. I only hoped that they all would be able to reach the bunker without too much difficulty. They only had a handful of seconds to do so after initiating the system, and if they got caught up in a battle or were delayed by the newborns, they would fall as well. Bella, no, there must be some other way. You can't risk their well-being like that, she cried, causing Esme to look at her with concern before looking back at me. I knew that she was right, but, in all likeliness, given their current situation, they would fall regardless unless a change of pace took place that shifted the odds into their favor. What's going on? What does that mean? Edward asked with concern as he looked at Chelsea and then back at me. It means that there is a current threat that is at this point contained within the castle that cannot be handled by any other means than to take them down, along with the castle itself. She replied with almost a broken tone. Wait, does that mean what I think it does? Alice asked as her gaze softened, peering at me. Yes, she is going to blow up our home for the greater good. The situation in Volterra must be critical for her to believe that this is the best course of action. The timing of everything has to be perfect though. Once the system is initiated, it cannot be stopped. If the remaining guard do not make it to safety in time, they will fall as well. Chelsea affirmed, her arms going to embrace her sides, clearly seeking some sort of comfort. I understood the reason for her aversion to this plan. Her mate was one of the lives I was having to gamble with. I knew that she was worried for his well-being and safety, but I hoped that she understood that I did not make this decision lightly. This was the only way that they would at least have a chance for survival. I looked at the ground, unable to meet her gaze. I could feel her pain as if it was my own and shifted my weight between my feet uncomfortably as I still was focused on keeping my true power locked away and pacified. I never understood the true weight that came with being the leader of the Volturi until now. During my last interaction with Arrow, I had basically told him that he was not fit to be the leader. Only now did I truly grasp how challenging the role must have been on him. He had thousands of years of experience, while I was operating as such without even a century under my belt. I hoped that he had made the right decision by choosing me to be the next in command if he and the rest of the royal family were to fall. My internal musing was interrupted as I heard soft footsteps moving towards me and looked up to meet the concerned gaze of Carlyle. I automatically took a few steps back, desperate for some sort of space between him and I. I barely was in control and was having difficulty already in deciphering ally from foe. He truly wasn't safe being around me, not yet. Bella, he called out in a soft, nurturing tone, causing my eyes to focus on his calming and serene expression. Carlyle. Her emotions are all over the place. She's feeling anger and fear, stronger than I've ever felt from anyone. I can't help but feel as if this may not be related directly to whatever her conversation was about with Dmitri. There is something else, something more significant that is causing this type of reaction. Jasper warned as Carlyle continued to move forward towards me. She's fighting herself from giving in to the beast, Anita said slowly, causing everyone to look at her with curiosity. But wouldn't that give us the upper hand in this situation? Edward asked with a raised eyebrow, and Anita sighed. It is true that she gains remarkable power when she enters that state, but it does not come without a cost. She's never been able to gain control over it. When she gives in, she loses the ability to separate friend from foe. She loses herself in the process, and reining it back once she gives in is practically impossible. Anita paused as she looked at Chelsea, who nodded and lifted up her top a bit to show a large scar on her side. This was caused by her when I was trying to help her rein it back. She attacked without thought, and it was only my cry of pain that brought her back to her senses. While it could give us the edge, it could also be our greatest downfall. It's not a risk that we would like to gamble with. That is why she has been instructed and trained not to give in to it, she said softly, causing Edward to nod and turn his gaze back at me. You're all overreacting. She's just overwhelmed and in a state of shock, he lightly chided as he moved so that he was just inches away from where I stood. I watched with a wary expression as he slowly reached out and wrapped his arms around my trembling frame, running a hand through my hair soothingly. At first contact, I immediately tensed and attempted to pull away, but he only continued his actions, murmuring sweet and comforting nothings as he ran his nose throughout my hair, the same that Arrow had always done to help pacify my emotions. As the moments continued to progress, I finally felt myself relax slightly into his touch. Carlyle, please let go. I don't want to hurt you. You're not safe being this close to me, I finally said through a strangled voice. You won't hurt me, I know you. I am in no safer presence than with yours. I know that Arrow is your father, and I would never dream of stepping on his toes or try and be like him, but I think that you need this. In his absence, I am only doing what any father would do for their child, he said softly, and I shook harder at his words. Carlyle, the kings and queens have fallen. They are nothing more than a pile of ash, lost in the wind, I admitted finally, causing the entire family to gasp and for Maria to let out an accomplished laugh. Oh, how perfect. My newborns may perish in that explosion, but I am more than pleased to know that it was not all done in vain. She grinned, causing my hands to instantly clench into fists. Ignore her, Bella. She is trying to get under your skin and provoke you to act without thinking. I know you are scared about letting go, but I think you need to. I think you have more control than you are willing to give yourself credit for, and I fail to see how we will be able to win this fight without your assistance, he said softly, and I shook my head, anger reflecting off of my dark orbs. Take a look around, Carlyle. This is the reason why I've been struggling so hard against this. The beast is fueled by hatred, the very thing that this battle is based on. I would be risking everyone's lives by giving in. Every time I make a decision to try and embrace this part of me, someone pays the price. Look at Chelsea's scar. That could be any of you, and I cannot live with myself knowing that I hurt anyone else. Too many have already fallen because of me. I cannot let it happen to anyone else. I choked out. I understand that there is a large amount of risk that comes with this. But you need to understand, none of this is your fault. As hard as it is to stomach, there was nothing you could have done to control their fate. The only fate you have a say in is your own, and yours alone. Their own was predetermined just as ours was. While it's hard to understand and accept, you have to. Arrow especially would not be happy to know that his sacrifice was in vain, which will exactly be what would happen if we were to fail our objective now. As you can see, you have not yet lost any of us. We're still a part of you and always will be, no matter what you become. We will always be on your side. We could never replace those you have lost and never would desire to try to. But, sometimes you must lose yourself to find the person you are supposed to be, he said softly, and I felt a phantom beat of my heart at his softly spoken words. I did not reply, but found myself nodding in acceptance, realizing that every single word that Carlyle had said was true. I had the strength the entire time to end this but had masked it with my own fear and doubts, afraid of losing myself in the process, unable to see that the only thing there had been to lose was everything to gain. Bella, listen to me. I know we are on borrowed time. It is only a matter of time before the newborns move under Maria's orders to attack once more. He paused only to place a gentle kiss to the top of my head. You and I are much the same. Neither of us find the joy in fighting even though it is in our innate nature to do so. Thinking back to when you would come over as a human and we would have all of our philosophical debates on life, death and the meaning between the two, I knew then without a doubt that you and I shared a very similar thought process. I never would have thought that I would be having this conversation with the Impavidia Inquisitor given your reputation amongst vampires. However, since discovering that she was you this entire time, and then learning of all the good you have done and humans you have saved, I could never be prouder of what you have become. I know that intrinsically, we both value life too much to act flippantly about ending one. But Bella, Maria and those who follow her willingly, are monsters. She does not have an ounce of morality left in her and she will continue to kill and steal the lives around her until there is nothing left. She must be stopped. Carlyle, I interrupted despite myself, causing his gaze to become even more filled with determination. No, you need to hear this, Bella. I know and understand the reason for your hesitation. I can sense your aversion to it, but it is part of you, no matter how hard you try and fight it. The longer you do so instead of accepting it, the harder it is going to be for you to control it. I am begging you, for the sake of the people still fighting and trying to defend our world as we know it, please, let it go. It is not a sin to fight for the right cause. There are those who words alone will not reach, no matter what you say or how much you try to reason. These monsters who are insisting on war with us are such. I know how you feel, Bella. You are gentle. You do not like to hurt others, no matter how badly they hurt you. That became apparent with the amount of grace that you presented with us all even after we had hurt you so badly. But please, try to understand. It is because you cherish life, that you must protect it, and I think you are the only one left who can. Please, drop your restraints. Help me to protect the life, the ideals, and the family I love. You have the strength and the ability. Please. He sighed out and took a couple of steps back as his words struck deep in my resolve, threatening to shatter it at any given moment. No, stop her. Do not allow her to reach that state. Maria ordered, and a newborn nodded and advanced towards us with speed that was remarkable. My eyes remained closed as I attuned to my senses. I looked up in time to see Jasper reaching out, and grabbed Carlyle by his shirt and pushed him behind me, all the while reaching out with his free hand and grabbed the newborn by his neck, his hand gripping the neck with force as he lifted him into the air above his head. No matter how much the newborn struggled, his grip was far too strong. He let out a deep growl and squeezed harder, effectively removing the head from the rest of the body, throwing it haphazardly into a nearby burning fire. What the fuck are you? How did you manage to move so quickly and gain that level of strength? Talon roared as he watched with wide and confused eyes. The remaining newborns looked at him with awe, obviously beginning to rethink their alliance with the side they were on. I could see why. I had never seen him in such a state, and he was quite the force to behold. I am the embodiment of determination that is incorruptible. A true terror to behold. A manifestation of annihilation that will be unavoidable. I am the last thing that every broken enemy will see while they are still alive. I am your fate. I am the god of war and the one who will win this battle and have the opportunity to write out the story and history of this encounter. He replied strongly, his eyes opening, revealing a stunning shade of onyx with crimson around the iris, and your place in it is just about done. Jazz? I asked as I blinked rapidly, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. I will not stand back and watch as you are forced to become something that you do not want to be just to try and save us. You will not endure that type of pain, not while I am around to have a say in it. He stated with such conviction that I felt my knees buckle. Bella, return to the family and protect them from the newborns. I will handle this one, and Maria, he said with a tone that I did not recognize, but nodded and moved back to the family with Carlyle by my side, Alice immediately wrapping her arms around me the moment I was in reach. Like hell you will. That one newborn is ours to deal with. Anita growled out and Gunnar nodded in confirmation, causing Jasper to nod his head. And I will stay with Isabella just in case anything was to go awry and offer protection so she can focus on maintaining the expansion of her shield. With her current emotions, I am not sure she would be able to manage to do both. Her shield would likely retreat back to herself out of instinct if she was to be attacked. Francisca said with a slight smile. Sounds like a plan to me. It appears as if we are structured and ready to go. Let our armies have a go at it before we engage, Maria. It is time to see who truly is the better leader. I am stepping into that role as Bella has been compromised, he said with a slight smirk, and Maria nodded. Very well, I will entertain your little ruse, though I don't quite understand the purpose behind your request, she said, clearly overestimating her abilities as she moved to stand back, along with Jasper, who went in the opposite direction. It's going to be okay, Bells. I promise. We will get through this. You're going to be okay, she breathed as she focused on providing me comfort. Oh, little Alice, always worried about my well-being above her own. Nothing had changed. I watched as Maria looked upon Jasper with widening but rather curious eyes. She moved gracefully even for a vampire and advanced closer to us all, outwardly unfazed by the warning growls surrounding her from my family and the shifters alike, her eyes finally lighting up with realization. Oh, now I understand. Hello there. I was wondering when the little general would come out to play. She grinned out as excitement danced across her orbs. Sorry to be late arriving to the party. I didn't mean to keep you waiting, he replied simply, his tone laced with apprehension. Oh, come now, there is no need for that tone. I'm merely fascinated by you like always, my sweet. It is not every day that you run into a being of your uniqueness, a being able to achieve strengths beyond any vampire in existence. You do not need to be on edge, she said dismissively with a wave of her hand. You'll have to excuse me, but I simply don't believe you. Only a fool would meet the leader of such a powerful and unmerciful coven such as your own and not be on edge. I know the game you are playing at, but it won't work this time, he retorted with a glare. You would do well to remember to bite your tongue when speaking to her. Know your place, traitor, Talon hissed out as his crimson eyes shot to Jasper, who matched his gaze unwaveringly. It should go without saying that a being as powerful as you simply shouldn't be forced to minimize who you are just so that you can fit in and live amongst humans. I know you have left before, but your power is something that I think will be of great use. I am offering you a place back with my guard. If you should accept, you will be spared and I will overlook and pardon your past transgressions. You should not have to go through the mundane existence of going to school over and over again, drinking from animals and trying to coexist with humans. You were clearly made for more than what the Cullens or even the Volturi can offer you. I ask you, join my ranks. It would be a shame for your potential to go to waste. You already know what we can be, together, she said with a rather seductive smile, and I sighed as I heard a hiss come from Alice, who had gripped my arm so tightly that I was sure cracks were already starting to form. It was clear that she did not care for these mental games any more than I did. You are correct, Maria. I was indeed made for more than this. He paused as he took in a deep and steadying breath as he registered my sharp intake of breath. But I was also made to be more than a slave to you and to carry out your sick and sadistic ideals. I simply cannot accept your offer. You already know where this path will lead you, and I do not try and feign ignorance. To do so is an insult of my intelligence. You were never my mate. You only want to use me for your benefit. My place is with my mate. We are to be wed, you know, he said, and Alice's eyes widened before she gripped my left hand and brought it to her eye level. Is this for real? She asked, and I swallowed harshly. I had half been expecting some sort of negative reaction from her. I knew that she had expressed over and over again that she was okay with Jasper and I being together, but to know that we were engaged was something different. It solidified our union. Yes, he asked for my hand before I went before Maria. I accepted, I said softly, and watched her emotions closely, instantly fearing the worst as her eyes began to fill with venom. I am sorry. I was going to find a better way to let you know than this, I said, and she shook her head before launching herself into my arms, her arms going to either side of my neck. You are misreading the reason for these tears, Bella. I am so beyond happy for you. I can't wait to talk to you about wedding plans, assuming that you would want my opinion and input, she said with a sheepishness that was completely against her character. It was clear to me that she did not want to overstep any boundaries. Well, It would be pretty hard for a maid of honor to do her job if I did not allow any of her input, now wouldn't it? I asked with a raised eyebrow and her eyes widened. You want me to be your maid of honor? She asked with a slightly quivering lip. I would have it no other way. Though you will have to work with Chelsea and Anita on everything, they both obviously will have a lot of insight too as my bridesmaids, and as you know, Francisca has dibs on creating the gown. I replied honestly, causing her to squeal in happiness. Talk about motivation to help end this all. Thank you. I can't wait to get started. I love planning special events, and nothing is more special to me than your wedding. She grinned and I shook my head slightly, a light smile etched on my face. I knew what I was getting myself into by asking this of her, but I could not deny her of it. It was the very least that she deserved after everything. Maria's eyes instantly hardened at Alice's and my conversation, and I watched as her once seductive expression turned into that of pure hatred. Jasper, based on your refusal, you know what must be done. She spoke rather curtly, her eyes meeting his own challenge. Jasper did not respond but simply undid his jacket and allowed it to fall off of him, leaving him in a pair of dark jeans and his dark gray sweater. He reached down and pushed up the sleeves slowly, cuffing them at his forearms, revealing a multitude of scars. I told you before and I'll say it again. A bond like you and I experienced is nothing shy of being too toxic to exist. These scars can attest to that. The bond that I currently have with Bella only comes once in an existence. I had something very similar to it when I was with Alice. When she and I lost what we shared, I thought I would never know what it meant to feel whole again. But then, Bella came back into my life and it reopened my eyes to help me find what was missing. I never thought I would be lucky enough to find someone who could love me the way that I am more than once. The bond we share is sacred, and should be protected at all cost. I may have been too late to save my bond with Alice, but I assure you that I will never allow that to happen again, not with my current mate. I will not put anyone through the pain the way I did with Alice. Jasper said slowly, and I could only hold Alice closer against me, my hand running through her hair as she took in her words. I never blamed you for our relationship failing, Jasper. It was hard to understand at the time, but we were destined to fall apart so that we could find the person we were truly destined to be with. I'm just happy that we were able to remain close as brother and sister. I will always care about you, Jazz, she said softly, earning a small smirk from Jasper, who only nodded in her general direction. I warned you. I knew that no vampire would leave their coven to join us. You're no better than Nero was about trying to collect on the Impovidia Inquisitor. We are wasting time. Talon growled out at Maria, who was still trying to comprehend Jasper's refusal to fall for her persuasion. What are you idiots still doing here then? Kill them, she screeched and ordered the continuation of the attack. I locked hands with Alice and Chelsea as the remaining newborns moved quickly across the open field. My darkened eyes flickered to my two best friends standing beside me, who, as if on cue, both looked at me with their own obsidian-colored ones. Until the very end, Alice asked with a raised eyebrow, and I shook my head, squeezing her hand slightly tighter with reassurance, before letting go so she could engage in the battle. No, from now until forever. This is not the end, Alice. This is simply the beginning of our new life. We just have to see it through. Blood-curdling screams, shattering porcelain, and the sounds of rock-hard bodies crashing into one another echoed throughout the meadow as the remaining newborns fought against the Olympic and Denali coven with seemingly renewed strength and vigor received from the time that we all had to rest in between the matches. Shattered limbs, frayed fabric, and pieces of flesh floated around the air, mixing in with the rain that had begun to lightly drizzle around us all. The youngest newborn on Maria's side was the first to fall, as he seemingly not only accepted but desired his death. He did not fight back against Jake and Sam, who had launched themselves onto him, and effectively tore his body apart into 3 differing components. His dismembered head rolled close to a nearby fire, with a smile still etched onto his youthful but lifeless lips. Damien sighed before running a hand throughout his short dark auburn hair, and kicked it the few remaining inches, and it went up into the flames, next to the burning bodies of 2 others. Without having to actively fight, I had easily been able to expand my shield to protect what was left of my family, even despite my current emotionally charged state. Once I had been successful, Tanya and Kate had made quick work of Laurent, finally satisfied that they had avenged their beloved sister, who had become a victim of a broken heart at the hands of her supposed mate. I shot a glance at Irina, and saw the way she watched his head burn into ash, quite clearly mourning the man she had given herself to freely. No matter how short their romance had been, I knew how hard this must have been on her. I hoped in time, she would finally find the one deserving of the type of love she could provide. I watched with careful eyes as Emmett fought hard against one of the older newborns, who matched equally with his speed and strength. I smiled slightly as I watched Rosalie as she launched herself from the top of a nearby tree as Emmett allowed the newborn to land a punch to his jaw, sending him skidding back. Satisfied with the crack he had made on Emmett, the newborn momentarily allowed his ego to get the best of him and his guard went down slightly. As slight as it was, this allowed for Rosalie to land onto his neck, her fingers digging into the skin beneath his jaw. Her grip remained tight as she launched herself into a neat and shallow backflip, effectively removing his head. She tossed it into a nearby adjacent fire with a slight smirk, and high-fived Emmett, who looked at his wife with nothing but pride and love in his eyes. My eyes moved to Esme, Carlisle, Carmen and Eliezer, who were locked into a heated battle involving two other newborns who did not appear to have any specific gift. While none of them possessed any battle enhancement gifts of their own, they made up for it with their superior physical strength and battle techniques. Carlisle and Esme focused on the one female while Carmen and Eliezer focused on the male. I watched the fruit of my labor with training them as Carlisle hunched over with perfect timing, and Esme rolled over across his back, effectively wrapping her legs around the newborn's neck. She hissed and had time only to sink her teeth into Esme's thigh before Carlisle kicked her legs out from underneath her. As the newborn and Esme fell to the ground, Esme braced her hands on the ground, arching her body up, and Carlisle used his full weight to slam into her torso, effectively creating enough tension that Esme was able to pull her head off. She panted in pain and tentatively stood, Carlisle immediately at her side to help support her weight off of her injured leg. He pressed a gentle kiss to her temple and held her closer to him. I shot a concerned glance at her, only reassured as she gave me a simple smile and mouthed that she was okay. With reluctance, I moved my eyes to Carmen, who was dancing with the male newborn, both exchanging and deflecting blows with perfect succession. Her darkening eyes watched his movements, as his lips moved up into a sadistic smirk before feinting to the left. She followed his movements but was caught off guard as he moved to the right, past her and struck Eliezer, his fist colliding with his chest and sending him flying backwards. I sighed. The Denali's were indeed good, but they had not gone through my training and therefore were not quite as skilled as the Cullens were with handling newborns. She hissed as her eyes turned pure black as she reached into a nearby fire and grabbed a burning stake of wood. She launched herself into the air and brought the stake down, which broke upon impact, but the fire spread out onto the newborn's hair and clothes. He screamed in pain, and while distracted, Carmen shot her hand out and crushed his neck, turning him into nothing more than ash. I sighed in relief as I watched Eliezer make his way back to his mate, and they quickly shared an embrace as he ran his lips throughout her hair in comfort, whispering sweet nothings, her hands quickly unbuttoning his shirt to inspect the damage. My eyes moved to Alice and Chelsea, who were fighting their own shield, one that was not capable of expanding her shield to everyone the way I could, resulting in it being restricted to a much smaller radius. However, her shield cancelled out my own and I was not able to offer much support to them, causing me to growl in annoyance. Francisca seemed to register my current internal battle and placed a warning hand on the small of my back, holding me in place. I was itching to join but knew that she had been correct with her assessment. If I was attacked, I would not be able to maintain my shield that I had been currently using to protect everyone else. I sighed, feeling rather useless but knew that I had to wait this out. I was not able to do anything but hope that my training would provide enough of an edge. I watched anxiously as Alice and Chelsea danced with the gifted newborn, but my worries were soon relieved. Both Alice and Chelsea had trained with me quite extensively, resulting in them both learning how to fight against a shield effectively. Without my shield and due to her switch to human blood, Alice was apparently able to see her premeditated attacks, and at the precise moment when the attack would land, that was when the shield was lowered. It was the same principle that went behind my own shield, the same inherent flaw of every shield, be it mental or physical. I held an unneeded breath as Chelsea and her were able to maneuver and evade around her attacks with moderate ease, finding the loopholes and points of weakness that allowed her to pull her apart, piece by piece. The two of them had similar fighting styles and worked together in unison. In time, much like all of the other newborns, the shield only remained as a pile of shredded flesh and bone. I watched with curious eyes as Alice spit her venom onto the pile at her feet, and her gaze moved to where I stood, granting me a thankful grin. It was clear that she was thanking me for all that I had taught her, an act of appreciation that seemed to reach deep into my damaged soul. My eyes then turned to another newborn on the field, who was actively fighting against Edward. I watched as he disappeared, seemingly gifted like Afton was with invisibility. This made him a formidable foe, but now that the newborn with the shield had been dispelled of, I was finally able to expand more of my shield. Once complete, Edward was finally able to catch sight of the newborn, but I visibly cringed as I took in Edward's state. It was true that this change of events was better than never, but the delay of my aid had allowed the newborn to land a few critical blows. Edward's left side of his body was nothing but cracks, but despite his injuries, he was able to land a solid upwards kick to the newborn's head, effectively separating it from the rest of his body. I watched with concern as Edward himself fell to one knee as the damage to his body began to take a toll. I knew he needed blood, and soon he would not be able to heal without it. I watched with apologetic eyes as Alice walked over and helped him to his feet, supporting his weight as she walked him back towards the family. Finally, my eyes moved to the last newborn on the field, Talon, who was currently paired up against Anita and Gunnar. I watched their movements, and the way that she channeled the wind currents to her feet, making her move with much more speed and evasiveness, proving her to be an even match even with his own gift. I winced as Talon was able to land a blow to the side of her neck, causing her to gasp as deep cracks moved upwards from her neck into her jawline, one of her hands instantly going to protect and cover the crack. One more hit like that while weakened, and she would be beheaded. Gunnar let out a feral growl and lunged himself forward, effectively tackling Talon and sending the two of them wrestling into the ground. I felt a soar of pride as I watched the way he executed one of my signature moves to perfection. He quickly grabbed Talon's wrists with his hands and threw them off his chest, placing his hands on the ground and arching his back, all the while his legs still remained tightly wrapped against Talon's waist. He arched his body up slightly and raised his legs, effectively flipping the two of them upside down so that he was now on top. He moved his hand down and gripped at Talon's neck tightly, his fingernails sinking deep into his skin. I watched as Anita channeled wind to her feet to propel her upwards and landed with a harsh blow to Talon's lower back, causing him to release his last scream before his head was removed by Gunnar, who tossed it aside and quickly took Anita into his arms, cradling her into his chest. All that remained was Maria, who moved to stand in the middle of the battlefield, and Jasper mirrored her movements standing in front of her. I watched with steady and concerned eyes as the family moved to stand around me. I felt my body ache with desire to assist, but I knew that this was his fight and his alone. He needed to do this for his benefit. I swallowed back the acidic nature of my venom as it began to build, allowing the fiery trail to subdue my emotions. It is not too late, even now. I still offer you a chance at redemption. Join me and together we can rebuild all that has been lost. She practically purred, and Jasper only shook his head. I have no desire to create anything with you. What my family and I decide to do once you have been eliminated will be a manifestation of our own design. I will not allow you to influence any part of that. The only thing you know how to create are designs of selfishness and control. The world we are going to create will have absolutely none of that. He retorted with a light growl. Very well. She growled and launched forward. I watched with concerned eyes as I watched the god of war fight. I had known based off of my teachings and history lessons of his abilities when he reached this state, but nothing could have prepared me for what I was witnessing. It was almost as if he anticipated her movements. His speed seemed to double, and Maria, even with her own skills, was having difficulty in keeping her own. In a movement that I did not anticipate, she feinted left but went right, clearly in an act to get to me. I watched as Jasper whipped his head around, and realization flashed across his orbs as he realized what I had comprehended as well. He let out a growl and launched himself forward, grabbing her by her hair and tossing her back to the middle of the battlefield, causing her to stand up with a deep growl as he released some of her torn-out locks from his hand. Your quarrel is with me, not my mate. He hissed and charged at the ancient leader. I trembled with anticipation as she took a few shaky steps backward and only had time to bring her arms to cover her face before Jasper was on top of her, the two rolling in the muddy ground and landing blows. I winced at the sound of cracking porcelain and knew that some of those sounds were coming from my mate being injured. I wasn't sure how much more of this I could stand. Alice seemingly understood my plight and moved to stand next to me, interlacing her hand with my own. "It will be over soon. Trust me," she said, and I nodded numbly. I knew better than to bet against her, but I was almost too far gone to reason. The call to assist my mate was far too strong. I watched the way Maria broke free from his hold as she placed her feet against his chest and launched him off of her. She quickly scrambled to her feet and turned her back, clearly ready to flee, which truthfully was just what I had expected. "You will never get a chance like this again," Jasper called out, and Maria stopped, turning her head back with curiosity to meet his gaze. "What do you mean?" she asked, and I watched the way Jasper shrugged and my eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What exactly was he aiming at achieving by engaging with her further? He should have let her flee. We could have had time to regroup and gone after her at a later time. There was no reason to continue. I was the one who got away, wasn't I? The one you always desired to get back. Well, here I am. When I left, you lost control of your army and with it, everything you fought so hard to maintain. That is the reason you sought out a new helper and found such in Nero. But even he has failed you. No one can benefit you like I can. If you leave, not only do you lose me as a partner in your army, but you will also lose me to Bella, the moment I say I do, forever. He grinned, and I watched the way her eyes hardened as she looked at me, jealousy almost making her eyes appear green. She desired him for her own selfish reasons and was not quite able to stomach the thought of losing him to me. It then dawned on me. Of course, he was able to feel her emotions freely, and rather than try and use his gift to manipulate them, he was using his gift to play on her emotions, provoking her the very way that she had tried to do with me and the way she had against the newborns after creating them. It was a tactful maneuver, and one that I never had thought about him using. This presented a unique advantage when it came to his fighting style, and I wished I had realized this potential much sooner. "You will always belong to me. It is my venom that moves through your veins. I created you," she sneered, and Jasper shook his head. "You may have created me, but the venom that entered my body from every single one of these battle scars inflicted by a newborn that you ordered me to dispel of also flows in my veins. I am comprised of more than just your venom, Maria. I represent every fallen newborn who I was not strong enough to save but can bring retributive justice to, by killing you." He growled out his challenge and laid the bait down, rather effectively I may add, as it caused her to go into a blind fit of rage, acting without much reason and very similar to how a newborn may have fought. I watched as he quickly sidestepped her lunge and tackled her, flipping the two of them over, and placed his hands onto her face, his strong legs keeping her pinned down. "You will do no more harm to anyone ever again," he hissed out as she squirmed beneath his hold, her eyes wide with fright. Too late had she seen the error of her ways. "You will see no more evil." He paused as he sunk his thumbs deep into her eye sockets, causing her to scream in pain and rendering her blind, venom from her eye sockets leaking down the side of her face like tears. "You will speak no more evil," he growled as he moved his hands to her jaw, grimacing only slightly as he clearly felt her fangs sink deep into his palms. He grunted in effort as he pried the jaw open wide and effectively removed the lower jaw from her face, crumbling the piece in his hand. "You will hear no more evil," he finished as he put his venom-soaked hands to the sides of her head and pushed hard, letting out a satisfied sigh as he felt her skull cracking beneath his hands. I continued watching on until the steady pressure turned her head into nothing but dust. I let out a sigh of relief as he rose to his feet. I felt my shield move away from everyone I had been shielding as the threat of immediate danger was no more. As it sunk back into my subconscious, I began to feel a tad lightheaded and swayed on the spot. Jasper seemed to notice this and was quick to run over and support my weight as my body fell into his embrace, our bodies effectively becoming molded together as one once more. I felt the vibration of an incoming call in my ear and tentatively raised a shaky arm to my ear to accept the call. "Dimitri?" I asked with a hesitant tone. I prayed for good news. I wasn't sure if I could handle anything but any more emotional blows, and I was positive I would instantaneously combust. "We all made it to the bunker safe and I was able to initiate the order, Isa. We did it. The newborns fell along with the castle, but we are all right and can rebuild, with you as the new leader." he said clearly with a smile, and I felt the relief flood throughout my being, letting a sob escape my lips as I clung onto Jasper, not even realizing that the call had been disconnected. I had hoped and prayed that I had made the right decision when I made the call to destroy the castle, hoping that no one else would fall because of my decisions, and somehow, it had all worked out in our favor. I had succeeded. What now, love? Jasper asked after a few moments, granting me some time to collect myself. Now, I paused as I turned my head around to peer at my family, who was beaming back at me with identically relieved smiles. We rebuild and create our own small but perfect piece of forever. Today was indeed a special day within the world of vampires and shifters alike, a very special day indeed. I, the only remaining royal heir of the Volturi, was to be married to none other than the Olympic Coven's Jasper Hale. Initially, I had wanted to try and keep this event low-key, but I should have known that would have been an impossible task the moment that I offered Alice the spot as my maid of honor. She was notorious for holding extravagant parties for even the smallest gathering. I should have known that there was no way that something as significant as my wedding would have gone by as a small and intimate event. That being said, I knew that invites had gone out to several covens, including the Denali's, the Amazon, and the Irish. Seemingly as fast as I could blink, the whole vampire world was soon buzzing with excitement as they all made their way to my sacred island, where the ceremony was to take place. What made this such a special event was multifold. This was the first time in history that the Volturi would be unifying themselves to another coven. It was well known that now the Olympic Coven was a direct extension of the Volturi, and one that I hoped that would officially become part of our official ranks. This was not something that I had discussed yet with the Cullens, however. I had wanted to wait for us all to recover from the initial fight and trauma that had been caused before I asked anything else of them that could cause an additional emotional weight to be dropped onto them. Still, I hoped that they would accept my formal offer. I wasn't quite sure what I would do. I knew that I had to eventually return to Volterra, and the thought of leaving the Cullens behind was more than I could stomach. However, I could not turn my back on my other family either, not now when they were looking to me for guidance and direction in the absence of my father, mother, aunt and uncles. The other component that made this marriage such a significant event was because of Seth and Alice being a couple. The alliance that I had created with Jacob and the other pack members had happened in absolute secrecy. However, Alice and Seth did little to try and hide their blossoming love, something that I was actually rather happy about. In turn though, everyone knew that as the Cullens were now going to be part of the Volturi, even if by extension, so would the shifters, as one was connected with one of the Olympic Coven members. Needless to say, there was quite the crowd below waiting for me to grace them quite literally with my presence, and I had sought out a few moments of solitude before the ceremony would begin. I watched out the window with unblinking eyes as I leaned against a nearby wall of my personal study, which was presently littered with letters and other items that had been recovered from the vault of Volterra, as I waited patiently for Alice to find me and work her magic. After 75 years, the day that I never anticipated coming was upon me, and I was excited as much as I was anxious. In a matter of mere moments, I was going to walk down the steps of my vacation home in Greenland and was going to say my vows to my other half of my heart. My fingers drummed against the wooden surface of my bookcase as I slowly became lost in thought. It had been only a single month since the threat of the newborn army, Maria and Nero, had been handled. I never thought that I would have found myself dealing with such a whirlwind of events that the mission I had accepted had presented. I had accepted the mission going into it as a protection assignment only, but things simply could never go the way that I expected them to. Upon arriving, I had learned fairly quickly on that it wasn't just newborns that I was dealing with, but rather an organized and highly trained army, focused on taking out the Cullens, the shifters, the town and the nearby covens one by one. I had informed Arrow of the new information and knew that it would have generally changed the scope of my mission. I had not been wrong with my assessment, and he had tried to persuade me to return home, but that was one thing that I was not willing to do. I knew by that point that there were bonds that still somehow existed that connected me to the Cullens, and those bonds, coupled with my desire to prevent any further innocent children from falling at the hands of Nero, caused me to rebel against my late adoptive father's wishes. Everything after that point had only caused those once questionable bonds with the Cullens to solidify, including the maid bond that was created between Jasper and I. The mission itself had forced me to grow in areas that I did not realize that I still had potential to do so in. I had thought for sure that I had reached the peak of my emotional and mental strength and maturity. However, I soon realized that I was wrong. I still had room to grow in these areas and was quite literally forced to realize as much. I had realized after my encounter with Dante that my gifts were not quite as infallible as I had thought they were. He had found a loophole and had exploited it, something that nearly had cost me my very life. However, I had never been as thankful for such a string of outcomes to occur that had, because if that event, as horrific as it was, did not occur, I never would have come to realize just how desperate I was to solidify my mate bond with Jasper, something that up to that point I had done all I could to try and avoid, believing that it would only cause a distraction to the mission, something that I could not afford to happen. I realized though that the bonds that I had been fighting tooth and nail against acknowledging was something that could rather provide me the strength that I needed to fulfill the mission at hand. In the end, those very bonds are what proved to be our saving grace. It was because of how I acted when those bonds were threatened that allowed a handful of the newborns to see reason and switch sides. It had given us the upper hand in the battle, which is what allowed us to do so well and allow Jasper the time he needed to get in the right state of mind that he needed to reach so that he could finally destroy the one ghost of his past that still haunted over him, the very same thing that I had been able to do by ending Nero. The battle of course did not come without a significant cost, one that my adoptive family in Volterra ended up paying in the end. My father, mother, uncles, aunt, and some brothers and sisters had forfeited their lives after some of Maria's newborns had separated themselves and had attacked Volterra. Without me being there to assist, they unfortunately were not able to defend themselves as well as they should have, and I had to make the difficult and emotionally shattering decision to blow up my home in order to take down the newborns and prevent them from wiping out the entire town of Volterra. I had to do what was best for everyone, including the humans that resided in the area. However, that decision had been what saved the rest of my family in the long run. My kingdom still lay as rubble beneath the streets but would be rebuilt. For obvious reasons, we could not erect the castle as it once stood without having humans wonder how it was rebuilt so quickly. It was decided that we would create a larger underground empire, digging deeper and spreading out. It would allow us to be more secretive of our base and perhaps would prevent it from being as easily targeted in the future if something like this would ever occur again, though I was hopeful that it never would. What would I do if that would to occur? I knew that I was in line to be crowned as one of the new queens for the Volturi, but was that what I truly wanted? I was presently rather happy with being the captain of the guard and the freedom that the position granted. If I became queen, I would be forced to remain in the castle, the very same as my mother had been, as the Volturi could never risk the royal family being actively put in danger. My role would become entirely political and I would be tasked with assigning missions the same that Arrow had been, and the amount of responsibility that came with such a position was not something that I was sure I wanted. I worked best alone and I was not sure if I was ready to be responsible for an entire coven. Granted, I had learned how to be more of a team player during my last mission with the Cullens, but it still went against my very nature. I could decline the position of being queen if I chose, but that begged the question of if that would be what my father and mother would have wanted or expected of me. I sighed. I had not allowed myself to ponder too long on my fallen parents since learning of their passing. Oh, how I longed for them to be here with me in this moment. I never thought that this moment would happen, but I wanted my parents to be present for this life-changing occurrence. I longed for Arrow to be the one to walk me down the aisle and to give me away to Jasper. I desired Sulpicia to be standing at the altar, her eyes shimmering with tears that could never fall as she looked at me with happiness, knowing that I finally was able to experience the wonders of a mate bond. What I wouldn't have given for this wish to be an actual reality. Away from the crowds and in my personal study, my eyes moved to look at a portrait of Arrow and Sulpicia, looking deep into their painted eyes. I moved to the side and carefully lit a candle and placed it on the top of the nearby table under the portrait. I fell to my knees and brought my hands together. I was not one to pray. After all, what God could possibly hear a being of my kind's prayer? Still, it seemed like something that I should do, and I found myself compelled to do so beyond my ability to reason. My thoughts were broken as I heard the door to my study open. Alice paused for a moment or two in the doorway before walking in slowly. Alice, it's okay. You don't have to pretend that you're not there. We both know that I can sense your presence. I laughed lightly, my eyes still closed. I was walking in here to scold you for not getting ready, but now I understand. She breathed out and I nodded, my eyes opening as she placed gentle hands on the tops of my shoulders. What are you doing, Bella? She asked, as she sat down cross-legged to my side. Today is an important day for our worlds and for myself. I was just spending some time looking at this painting and reflecting. I wonder, how did Sulpicia feel when she was about to marry Arrow? I wish she was here with me right now, just so she could be present for one of the most important days of my life. I smiled. Of course I know that she lives in me, so it's not like she's not here with me right now, but I wish she could be here in the tangible world. I finished as I blew out the candle and stood to face my maid of honor. For your benefit, I wish that she was with us too, so very much. She paused as she ran her cool fingers over my face, but I am here for you. And I am more than thankful to be here for you on this special day. She broke off quickly and I felt her tense slightly, causing me to study her face intently as she nibbled on her lower lip in thought. Go on and finish your thought, I said softly, and she nodded. I don't mean for this to sound incredibly cold-hearted, but we know that the future is significantly susceptible to decisions made. While I am sorry to know of your loss, if things had turned out differently, there would be no guarantee that you and I would be where we are right now. Every situation in life has led to this beautiful and new beginning, and as horribly selfish as this makes me sound, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I just hope that you do not have too many regrets. She eventually finished, causing me to reach out and wrap my arms around her gently. You were right as always. I don't mean to come across that I am not thankful for how everything worked out, not just for me, but for everyone involved. Things, as unfortunate as they were, had to happen the way that they did so that we could be where we are right now. I am so thankful to have you in my life, Alice, and there is no one else I would have as my maid of honor than you. I breathed out as she let out a sigh of relief at my words. Then come. We need to get your dress on, and your hair and makeup fixed. The ceremony will be starting in a matter of just a few moments. She smiled and I nodded, and quickly led her out of the study and to my room, where my ornate wedding gown was waiting patiently for me. I removed the white satin robe that I was wearing and laid it across my bed before gripping at the satin fabric and pulled the gown over my head, Alice immediately running her hands down my sides to smooth out the fabric as I adjusted the long sleeves to fit better against my skin. I let out a deep sigh and moved to sit on the padded stool in front of my vanity, where all my makeup and hairbrush were waiting. Given everything, how are you feeling, Bella? She asked as she twisted my hair gracefully and secured it into place with hair ties and other pins. I watched her movements, remembering my time spent in Nero's temple, and noticed that she was styling my hair in the exact way that I had already seen. Did she see this specific part of my experience and decided to mirror it, or had I been gifted with a premonition of sorts? This still remained in large a mystery to me, but was not something that I desired to find the answer to, at least, not at the current moment. I am doing well, a little anxious, but I suppose that is to be expected. This is my first wedding after all. I do not understand why Rosalie has chosen to endure this on multiple occasions by doing a renewal of their vows every few decades. One wedding seems like more than enough. I mused and she nodded, her fingertips arranging my bangs to frame my face to perfection. Everything is going to go perfectly. Trust me, I've seen it all. She chirped and I nodded my head, a small smile spreading out against my face. I wanted to believe her, I truly did. Alice had never been wrong before about her premonitions, but there was still something that was eating away at me. I had a feeling that something was up, something rather significant. I had no reason to feel this way and only hoped that it was because of my nerves. Rarely was I wrong when I experienced this type of emotion, but I hoped that for once, I was. I know better than to ever bet against you, Alice, I replied, causing her to let out an airy laugh as she began to focus on doing my makeup to accent my new golden-colored orbs. I had made the decision to switch to animal blood mostly because there was no current threat to myself or to my family. I actually found that I enjoyed not having to expand my shield the way that I had for nearly a century. I knew that if it came down to it, I could switch back to consuming human blood from the donated blood bags. However, for now, I enjoyed the peace that came from not having to constantly push my abilities to their max. I closed my eyes as I watched her pick up a makeup brush and allowed her to coat my eyelids, opening them after a few moments after she placed the brush back down on the counter of the vanity. I had to give it to her. As a vampire, I did not have the ability to blush, but that didn't seem to matter. She had still managed to turn me into a blushing bride, and I looked into her through my reflection as she leaned down to wrap her arms around my shoulders, her nose running affectionately against my neck, her eyes closed in bliss. "You look positively beautiful." She smiled against my neck and pulled back just long enough to place a gentle kiss on my cheek, before I moved to stand. "Thank you. You have no idea how thankful I am for not just this, but for you overseeing the entire wedding. I doubt that I would even have been able to pull off all the miracles that you did in such a short amount of time." I praised, and she smiled almost sheepishly. "I'd do anything for you, Bella," she whispered, and I nodded at her words, knowing just how true her statement was. I moved away from my stool and gracefully slipped on a pair of heels that completed my outfit as Alice secured a veil over my head and allowed the sheer fabric to fall over my eyes. We moved out of my bedroom and walked to the top of the wooden stairs, my left hand immediately going to the top of the wood as Dimitri walked up and met me, his crimson orbs shining with happiness. "I'll take it from here, Alice. I promise to deliver her in one piece." He smiled, causing Alice to roll her eyes at his playful banter. "I'll see you at the altar, Bella." She smiled and began the descent down the stairs and opened the door that would lead me to where I knew Jasper and the rest of the vampire world was waiting for me. "Are you ready, Isa?" he asked as he held out his arm, and I nodded, my right arm locking with his own as we began the descent and stopped outside of the doors, waiting for the music to begin to initiate our cue. It was when the music began to change, from the flutes to a symphony of organs and chorus members, did I feel my heart give out phantom beats to the point where I knew that if it could, it would have threatened to burst right out of my very chest. Dimitri, who was dressed in a black suit, with a deep red satin shirt, opened the door, and walked under a decorated arch, and led me down the petal-lined walkway. I moved my eyes down to my feet and clenched at Dimitri's arm harder as I heard the rustle of fabric and knew that everyone in the audience had moved to stand as I began my walk down the aisle. I felt as he moved his free hand to run a comforting hold down my bicep, causing me to lift my eyes and to look at him as he only smiled. "You really should take a look at your future, Isa. He seems rather anxious too." He breathed out so lowly that I was the only one who could hear him and nodded. My golden orbs moved and I caught Jasper's stare, and suddenly the only thing keeping me from running forward was Dimitri's strong hold on my arm, forcing me to walk in tempo with the music. My eyes seemed to be desperate to absorb as much of this moment as I could so that it was burned into my memory from now until forever. I never wanted to forget the way his eyes shimmered with happiness, clearly lost in contentment and awe as he watched me make my way to him. Time seemed to freeze as I moved to the front of the ceremony, my eyes breaking their gaze from Jasper just so I could look at Alice, who smiled encouragingly, and mouthed the words, "I love you," as excess trails of venom ran down her face. As Dimitri and I reached where Jasper stood, he pulled me into a loving embrace, kissing the top of my head, and departed from my side, to take his seat in the front row. Carlyle stood up from the podium, as the choir and orchestra finished playing, and spoke clear into the large and vast crowd of vampires and shifters alike, impatiently waiting for the ceremony to officially start. "I would like to welcome everyone on this gorgeous day. It's because of all of you, because of this strong family, that Bella and Jasper's relationship has strengthened and grown and led them to this very moment. We would also like to recognize those who cannot be here with us today due to unfortunate events that preceded this ceremony. We know they are all with us in spirit and are sending you both love and support today." He spoke as his golden eyes sparkled with bliss. After a few moments of silence, he nodded, and continued on. "I would like to set the tone for today's ceremony with a reading from 1 Corinthians 13:4-8. Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. It does not demand its own way. It is not irritable, and it keeps no record of being wronged. It does not rejoice about injustice but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance. Prophecy and speaking in unknown languages and special knowledge will become useless. But love will last forever. Bella and Jasper, you fell in love by chance, but you're here today because you're making a choice. You both are choosing each other. You've chosen to be with someone who enhances you, who makes you think, makes you smile, and makes every day brighter. Romance is fun, but true love is something far more, and it is the desire to love each other for life that brings us here today to celebrate your love. We're here to hope with you, to support you, to be proud of you, and to remind you that love isn't happily ever after, love is the experience of writing your story. So, let's add another chapter. He finished as he looked between Jasper and I and then to the crowd. Two people in love do not live in isolation. Their love is a source of strength with which they may nourish not only each other but also the world around them. And in turn, we, their community family, have a responsibility to this couple. By our steadfast care, respect, and love, we can support their marriage and the new family they are creating today. Will you who are present here today, surround Bella and Jasper in love, and support them in their marriage? He asked and the crowd murmured out their response before Carlyle nodded and continued on. Jasper, do you vow to be there for Bella, through the pain, the joy, and the trials that life may throw at you? To love her, cherish her, and uphold the strict contract to only be faithful to her, from now until forever. Carlyle spoke as he looked at Jasper, who looked from Carlyle to meet my own gaze, smiling. I do. Jasper spoke loudly and clear, causing my bottom lip to tremble lightly. Do you, Bella, take Jasper to be your partner in the adventure that lies ahead? Do you promise to walk by his side to the ends of the earth? To love, encourage, and support him in his every endeavor? Do you commit to opening yourself up completely to him and share with him your entire being? Do you take him as your husband for now until the end of time? He asked and I let out a light sigh and kept my eyes locked deep with Jasper's. I do. I spoke softly, but strong, as I rested my hand over Jasper's. The rings, if you would so please. Carlyle smiled, as Alice and Edward placed the rings into the waiting palm of Carlyle's hand. Rings are a symbol of the never-ending circle of love. Love has no beginning and no end, no giver, and no receiver, for each is the giver and each is the receiver. May your rings always remind you of your vows. With the placement of these rings, remember the vow that you both are making here today. The vow that you both will always keep the other as your favorite person, to laugh with, go on adventures with, support through life's tough moments, be proud of, and find new reasons to love you every day. Jasper and I nodded in unison as we picked up each other's rings and slid them gently onto the ring finger of our left hands. Carlyle then took our hands and intertwined our fingers. Jasper, you may now kiss the bride. Carlyle smiled and Jasper nodded. He looked up from our interlaced fingers and gently and slowly lifted the soft veil from my face, catching his unneeded breath as he looked into my beautiful and loving gaze. Bella, thank you for being my own personal angel, sent to rescue me from my once lonely world. He breathed out, causing my eyes to widen in surprise. His gentle hand cradled the side of my face, and he leaned in and placed his soft and gentle lips upon my own, smiling against my lips as I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him back, venom streaks of happiness wetting his battle-worn cheeks from my own eyes. The cheers of all of the current guests could have been heard all the way to Forks or even to Volterra, but to me, it was nothing but a whisper. I was lost in the taste of his lips on my own, his emotions of happiness and completion flooding into my own, sending me into a euphoric state. We eventually pulled back from each other and faced the crowd, who let out a round of applause as we walked down the stairs, ready to mingle. After about an hour or so, I politely excused myself and made my way to my study to grab a gift for the Denali Coven for their assistance with the initial mission, but froze when I noticed the window to my study was open, causing the curtains to blow gently in the breeze. I walked in cautiously, sensing absolutely no one. I closed the window and felt my eyebrows furrow. There was no reason at all for the window to have been opened. This meant that someone had been in my study and we had not noticed during the ceremony. I felt my skin crawl at the thought and moved to grab the gift quickly, but stilled as I noticed a sealed envelope on the top of my desk, one that had not been there when I had been in the room earlier. I reached out and picked up the letter, breaking the wax seal, and opened the letter, my hands carefully unfolding the parchment. Little did I know that the contents would be more than I was prepared to handle. Isabella, if you are reading this letter, then that means that I have unfortunately met my untimely end. I am sure that you are hurting, and I hope that in time the wounds that are inflicted on your heart become no more. Please know that I am looking over you, always. The reason for this letter is simple and complicated at the same time. I could not keep this information within the walls of the castle, as not even your father or uncles know of this development. However, as the threat of war now hangs over our heads, I am entrusting one of my secret connections to deliver this letter to you in the event that I do not survive. The information this letter contains cannot die with me, and there is no one but you that I trust to share it with. I received intel that there is a group of vampires who are kidnapping women in South America. These women are always found with their stomachs ripped open and dead. What is interesting though is that all of them show signs of recently being pregnant. I know that it may be a lot to ask of you, my darling, but I ask that you carry out my will and look into this. I do not understand the reasoning behind their deaths, but there has been an alarming number of casualties, and my worry is what is happening to the babies who are seemingly left without their mother. For some reason, these babies are being stolen as well, and I can't help but worry that they are being used for something horrific. It's possible that these babies are being created as immortal children, though I do not understand the reasoning behind it all. They could pose a threat to our world, or could the ones in danger. In any event though, the person or persons behind these premeditated attacks must be stopped. I entrust this particular mission to you. It will be my last wish to know that this particular series of events does not have a chance to continue to unfold. I know that if anyone has the heart to handle this matter, it is you, my darling. After you read this, please destroy the contents. I wish I could explain more, but I simply do not have the time, nor more information to provide. I know that it is not a lot to go off of, but when you are ready, you should seek out a vampire named Juliana. She tends to be rather nomadic, so I am not sure where she will be stationed, but I know one of her safe houses is located within the Amazon forest. With love, your mother. I wrinkled the letter in my hand and moved to the fireplace, quickly starting a fire and threw the letter inside, watching as the paper turned black until it finally became nothing but ash. My mind was currently reeling. This must have been the reason for my unexplained feelings of anxiety. Somehow, I knew this was coming, but how that could be, I did not know. What this meant though was that in order for me to take on this mission, I could not become the queen. At least, not yet. This was the very last mission I would need to take on, and I only hoped that whatever I discovered would not be too much to handle. I would certainly need to inform my family about this information, but today was not the day. At this point, only 3 things were I positive of. 1. There was more to my adoptive mother than had originally met the eye. She clearly led some type of secretive life apart from the coven, one that not even Arrow was privy to know about. 2. These mysterious kidnappings had not been something that had got the attention of my father or uncles, but seemed to be rather significant, and something that for whatever reason my mother did not trust them to know about. And 3rd, there was no better way for me to honor her memory than to succeed in fulfilling her dying wish. And succeeding is exactly what I plan to do. The end. Thanks for watching. Subscribe our channel for more.